start in 10 minutes.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to day one of competition at the Tunis Grand-Prix 2018. We're back here after a break of a few years, and I'm delighted to be sitting alongside the former world champion, Loretta Cusack-Doyle. Good morning to you, Loretta.
Good morning, Sheldon. And firstly, I apologise for this very husky voice that I'm carrying with me here today, but hopefully it'll warm up by the rest of the day.
We all get a turn of that. It's your turn this week. Right, we've got 7 weight categories to bring to you on this opening day. 3 women's weight categories and 2 for men. We'll start by taking a look at the top 4 seeds in each weight category, and then Loretta's going to pick out 1, maybe 2 fighters that she thinks may be worth having a look at. Let's start by taking a look at the women in the under 48 kilo category. And the number 1 seed is the Olympic silver medalist from Rio, Jong Byo-kyung of the Republic of Korea. The number 2 seed is the current European champion, Daria Biladid of Ukraine. The number 3 seed is her teammate, Marina Cherniak. And the number 4 seed is Monica Ungarinu of Romania. Who should we be taking a look at in the under 48 kilo category?
Well, there's 25 athletes, but I think the Ukrainians are going to be very strong in this weight category. Biladid, obviously the number 2 seed, and very impressive track record already. Last year in 2017, where she obviously won the Dutch at the Hague Grand Prix gold medal, senior European champion also last year, and the cadet world champion back in 2000. So she's a very consistent match fighter. But Cherniak, her teammate, is hot on the trail. Yeah. She's bitten there at the heels, waiting for an opportunity. And with that strength in one country is only going to bring her through. So I think she's one to watch and one to look out for, as I think Pont, who's had a nice performance and has been steadily progressing, representing France. So that'll be another one for me. I'm looking forward to see how she participates.
Okay, let's take a look at the top 4 seeds in the under 52 kilo category. The number 1 seed is Thistria Krasnicki of Kosovo. The number 2 seed is Jessica Pereira of Brazil. The number 3 seed is Tinka Easton of Australia. And the number 4 seed is Anja Stanger of Slovenia.
Well, Krasnicki is always going to be the one, looking at her track record as well from last year, and how she took a gold medal, Antalya Grand Prix gold medal, Paris Grand Slam bronze medal. So there's real consistency there. So I think she's going to do it here today.
Yeah, here's another opportunity for Krasnicki when Kel Mendy's not around.
Yes.
You know, because I just get the feeling, I haven't looked at the
she doesn't shine as much.
Yeah, she doesn't shine as much as when Kel Mendy's there.
There is
we'll
that
see.
real positivity, isn't it, from Menzies? But you've also got a couple of others that you look at. Stanger of Slovenia, who's also another very strong athlete in Baku Grand Slam. She picked up a bronze medal, and Zagreb also a bronze medal. So again, there's another strong athlete.
Okay, in the under 57 kilo category, the number 1 seed is Kwon Yu-jong of the Republic of Korea. The number 2 seed is Nora Zhakova of Kosovo. The number 3 seed is Miriam Roper of Panama. and the number 4 seed is Margriet Bergstra of the Netherlands.
Djokovic, for me. I think she's an outstanding athlete and performs so well at these events. Last year, Dutch Grand Prix took the gold medal, Antalya as well a gold medal, and Senior European Championships bronze. So for me, she's a consistent athlete, and I think we'll do it.
She'll be glad to hear that. She needs that confidence booster. Right, in the under 60 kilo category then, the number 1 seed, Guzman Kyrgyzbayev of Kazakhstan. The number 2 seed is Bekir Ozlu of Turkey. The number 3 seed is Ashley Mackenzie of Great Britain. And the number 4 seed is Walid Kayat of France.
Ozlu for me has, throughout the years, I've been very impressed with this young man. Picked up in the Hague a gold medal, Antalya, a silver, and Zagreb last year a bronze medal. He's been again very consistent, but I'd like to see a good performance, obviously, from Ashley Mackenzie. He's always been on the outside there, and he's made a few mistakes, but he's still he's a strong athlete that is a contender in this weight category.
He's in a tough little pool there.
And when you look, 31 athletes in this weight category, there's not going to be an easy match at all for any of these athletes. And one of the first matches out, well, we've just got to really see. But when you do look at it, who's there, it's very impressive list, isn't there?
Yeah, see, down in his pool, there's the Kazakh fighter. If he gets past the chap from Chad in round 1, then he could have the Kazakh in round 2. If he gets past the Tunisian. And then there's Yassine Moudater from Morocco down there, and Mohamed Rebai of Algeria. I'm not sure about the Russian. I don't know him.
I think looking at that list, I think for someone like Ashley, that suits him. Those type of athletes actually suits his style. When he comes up against like the Japanese, that sort of technical and sort of the timing of it, the pace is so much slower, and for Ashley, he likes to work off the speed, and he picks off with the opportunities there based on that reaction. So I don't know, I think he could do well. There is definitely, what you were saying, a very impressive lineup,
but
I just think it suits his style.
Okay, let's take a look at the under 66 kilo category then. The number 1 seed, Daniel Akagnin of Brazil. The number 2 seed is Nathan Katz of Australia. The number 3 seed, Sinan Sandal of Turkey. And the number 4 seed, Kenneth van Kansbecker of Belgium.
Well, I'm going for the 3rd seed, Sandal of Turkey. I think he's been an impressive athlete, and I think he's a real contender here. Looking at the lineup there, even of his quarter, I think he could come through there. And he obviously is in Zagreb. He picked up the bronze medal, and also in Tbilisi, a bronze medal back in 2016. But he's always been very close to those medals, and he's given some great performances over the years. So I think he's got an opportunity there. So I'm going to put my neck out on the line and say that's someone that will come through. That's a good
one. There are two Slovenians in here that are pretty good, actually. Adrian Gomboc and Andras Jereb, the 2 Slovenians, and they're both down in that lower half of the draw. So it could be interesting. And then the Belarusian in the top half there, Dmitry Shershan, he's not seeded. That could be a tricky one for Kagnin up in Pool A.
And you have the Spaniard Uriarte as well from Spain. Again, you've got 30. It's the largest weight category here today, and there's some great fighters out there. So really, it's in the melting pot, I think, really.
And we're going to begin with the under 66 kilo category on mat 2. The opening contest there is Kevin Azema of France. He faces Gavin Mogopa of Botswana. Tough ask for the young man from Botswana. It'll be Azema in the white judogi, Mogopa in blue. Sit back and enjoy the action. Right, it's worth mentioning that, well, it's absolutely essential to mention that things have gone back a little bit to the way they were when I first started judo, there was only 2 scores, Wazari and Ippon. It is that way again now. There's no more.
How old are you?
Yeah, no more Yuko. no more Yuko.
You make me feel very young.
It's just Wazari and Ippon.
Yes.
We lost Coco, God knows how long ago. We lost Yuko. And now, the Wazari, we only have 2. It's gone back to Wazari, Awazete, Ippon.
Which I like, I must admit.
So
I do like that.
Nice and simple.
Yes.
Score twice and end the contest. Right, we're underway. Kevin Azema of France in the white judogi, Gavin Mogopa of Botswana in blue, and we'll let you know about the minor rule changes. The really big one to look at is no continued accumulation of wazaris. 2 wazaris equals Wazari Awazete Ippon, and that will end the contest.
Well, we've got Zima there from representing France there in the white, and he's taken control of this contest right from the beginning now, and we'll go up out there. It looks very strong. He's a feisty wee character that's working his way down in the Niwaza, looking for an opportunity down there. Azima looking quite defensive, trying to control that pace. But 3 minutes remaining in this contest, so Nagopa obviously slightly taller than his opponent, but with that bent over position there, he's not looking very strong and very defensive at the moment. Sutemi was a lovely attack there.
Not quite enough.
Not enough to get a score, but again, a nice attack. He used that area quite nicely. Well, they've given it. They've given the Wazari.
That's going to be on that frozen landing. You know, if they freeze the frame, you'll see that the body was down on the side, and for that reason they've given it. But at first glance to me, I think he just about escaped in not giving up a score. The other thing is that what we also have to remember is that one rule that was carried over was that things that had previously been Yuko were being scored as Wazari.
Yes.
So the Wazari has slightly lost its, magic, but you still need 2 to come up with a finish. Okay. So Azema leads with a little under 2 minutes left to go.
Well, there's a real battle going on between these two, but the Frenchman is dominating the actual grips here, as you can see, and the actual pace of this contest. And
yeah, Magoba felt that, and just to try and slow the Frenchman down a
little
bit.
bit defensive, he was starting to back out. Magopa, you feel that if he would use the advantage of that height, he's got very long limbs, and to get those arms over the top would most probably make his opponent look a little bit more passive, but he opts to come over the top. He really hasn't got much control in the kumikata at all, and there's another drop Sianagi, and again, no attack or even control from Magopa.
I'm just thinking, he is considerably, he's quite tall for that weight category, 60 kilos, and you can see that he's completely cut whenever the jacket comes open. He really is not a lot of there's not a lot of muscle on him, and it may be just that little bit of lack of energy, cutting weight, getting it down. I'm just guessing here, but that was quite often the case in the 60 kilo category.
It used to be.
They cut weight and lose a bit of power.
I think for some, you tend to find that those athletes with the long limbs don't look as bulky as far as muscle is concerned. They tend not to. It's the shorter, stockier ones that looked really ripped. So For me, I tend to sort of look at how he's using his body shape, and he doesn't take full advantage of that.
No.
Someone that's so tall, you would expect him to be a lot more upright and throwing that powerful arm over the top. He just doesn't have that sort of that power to be able to generate and get the arms over. He's taking second best all the time on the grips.
Mind you, he's it's 66, isn't it? So he looks gassed at the end, but
yes, he doesn't. That was a bit of body language there that sort of gave it away, really, didn't it?
Yeah. Well, he wasn't embarrassed. That was the important thing, you know.
Well, he gave a good account of himself. There's no doubt about it. Just really needs to he needs to go back and do some homework, really, and what he's.
I thought you was going to say he needs to go back and do some weights.
Do some weights as well.
do some weightlifting.
There's the winning score. Nicely controlled. Lovely sumigesh. And he'll be pleased with that, getting that one match under his belt and then moving through to the second round.
21 years old. Goba. Right, we've got the under 48 kilo category coming up now. Round one of the under 48 kilo category. In the opening contest there, Tanaka Mei of Japan faces Marusa Stanger of Slovenia. It's Tanaka in the white judogi and Stanger in blue.
Well, the winner of these two will have Young of Korea to face, the number 1 seed.
Good luck with that one.
Yeah, definitely. It's not going to be a nice thought, but they have to get past this first round. And Stanger, as we spoke about earlier on in the highlights, is one that is capable of doing extremely well in this tournament. Trying to work her way in there into the Niwaza. Doesn't seem to be getting much leverage on that turn.
Speaking of first round, it's the first Grand Prix for the referee in the middle, Hanna Safarikova of the Czech Republic. Good luck to her.
Tanaka there coming through with an attack, but left that elbow up high and didn't have generate the power through the attack, and now finds herself in a bit of a predicament now as the shimiwaza is going on there. It's how it's seen from this angle, whether it's under the chin, but the fact that it's been let go, the referee obviously has a good view. Tanaka controlling quite nicely with the grip, hooks in with that Uchigari, then stumbles her opponent, and there the shimiwaza is on, but just on the chin. But a nice transition into the Niwaza, follow through. Stanger there, as you can see, with that right high collar grip. Trying to pile on a bit of pressure on her Japanese opponent as she now works into the Niwaza. A little bit scrappy there, and you can see the arm roll emerging there from Tanaka, who now successfully starts to roll her opponent over. Now the Slovenian gave her that arm. It was a very silly move from the Slovenian, and normally the Slovenian athletes are very strong in their Niwaza and don't normally give make too many mistakes down in the ground. Tanaka again coming through, forward attack, didn't get far enough across. Stanger once more very strong, right-handed grip that she comes over deep, but now leaves herself again very vulnerable, but falls straight into that. Niwaza almost got the hold down. Well, this is a very open match indeed, both making some silly errors there that could have cost them the match throughout.
Missed the chance of the turnover there, did Tanaka. I think that had a little bit to do with Stanga's defence on the ground. Loretta was saying that the Slovenians are known for their prowess in Niwas, and I think Stanga on a couple of occasions now has managed to avoid getting caught,
yes,
just because she's managed to put up a reasonable defence.
I suppose if you're comfortable and very confident down there, you know your ability and how much you can cope with and what's dangerous. For us, it looks like they leave themselves open, but for them it's most probably nowhere near it.
Yeah, you get a feel for when there's a danger, and as you become more and more experienced, there's certain attacks that you can deal with fairly easily.
Well, this has been a very interesting match, very close fought match indeed. I'm not sure which way this is going to go, but it's been very interesting. It's been very open, they're both engaging, there's no penalties like you said, Sheldon. For me, this has been very good indeed. Great warm-up match for both these athletes, whoever goes through. And they'll need that warm-up with the number 1 seed to deal with in the next round. Well, Tanaka looking to turn her opponent over, but as you can see, that leg's caught up and freezes position in the ground. Another Uchigari there from Tanaka. We've seen that in the earlier minutes of the contest. She was as a very strong, as we'd expect from the Japanese athletes. Stanga again over the top there, tries for the Makukome. The arm slips down and just leaves herself falling flat onto her face, but Tanaka missing out an opportunity to capitalise down in the Niwaza, opts to stand up with her opponent, and we're into a minute and 18 seconds in the golden score. There, an attempt of a Sangaku turnover. Didn't get the legs in strong enough and tight enough there, so wasted opportunity. Well, both the athletes starting to look a little bit tired now. They've put a lot of work in. It's almost 5.5 minutes now, coming into 6 minutes of this contest. As we know, they cannot pick up a Shido to win a contest on a Shido. It has to be Hansokumaki. So within the golden score, they can accumulate 3 before their Hansokumaki'd out.
Yes, it's a toughie, isn't it? So the idea here is forget any thoughts of trying to get your opponent a penalty. That's no good.
Not going to work unless they've already got 2.
Unless they've got 2. So what would happen here is you would waste all your energy getting them 1, getting them 2, getting them 3, save yourself the trouble and throw them.
Yes.
Or, hold them or arm lock them. So look for the positive score. Much, much easier than trying to get your opponent 3 penalties. Exactly. It's not going to happen.
It's trying to make sure that these athletes engage in the winning ethos rather than just the stealing of it. So this has been an absolute battle and a half, and Tanaka comes there with a Sodi following through, and there's the score. And there's the win for Tanaka, who goes through to the next round of the under 48 kilos, where she will be up against the number 1 seed, Young of Korea.
Right. Well, there was the positive score that we were looking for. I like this. Of course, there's the danger that you'll get, lengthy contests. But what you're not going to get is someone looking to give Shido.
Well,
it's
there
a
was
waste of time.
7 minutes of contest, but still we were glued to that contest.
Yeah.
There wasn't a dull moment at all in those
Good
minutes
one.
that we're fighting. It was always there, keeping us always on the edge, wondering which way that was going to go. So it was a good match.
I was on the edge of my seat wondering what those two guys were shouting about. the funny thing was they were standing, 2 feet from each other.
They were like a married couple,
And,
weren't they? Very domestic, a domestic argument going on behind us.
What's going on there? Well, that was a good performance from Hanna Safarikova in her first Grand Prix. A former fighter, only 30.
Yeah,
refereeing
she did
at a Grand
very,
Prix,
very
out
well,
the middle.
didn't she?
Good job.
It's nice to see so many women that are coming through as the top sort of group of referees that we have, and it's very nice to see.
I shall be back. I'll let Loretta on her own for a minute while I go and compliment Hannah.
Off you go. Well, here we have Keldirova of Uzbekistan in the blue, as we said earlier on, is a strong contender for a medal here in this Grand Prix in Tunis. And starts off very well indeed. Saudi of Tunisia. Making a debut here, and a crowd behind her. There are 25 athletes participating in this weight category. I believe there's 335 athletes competing over the 3 days here in Tunis. Outstanding number of participants, and a very strong lineup that we have here in the next 3 days. Well, with just under 2 minutes remaining, again, once more, we see a very close fought match between these two athletes, neither wanting to give too much away. There's a real battle of grips. The Sutemi Waza attempt there from the Uzbek. Well, just coming up to the last minute, Shido has been now awarded to Keldirova. A lovely Ouchigari there, nicely tied up in the upper body control, drawing directly back onto her back, picking up a Wazari, which was...
I like it for Wazari. She doesn't stop. Yes, she lands on her backside, but the push for me is continuous.
Straight through her opponent.
Yeah.
And sometimes when you see the Ouchigaris, they tend to turn the shouldering rather. What she did was hit straight through the chest.
Yeah.
And she was aiming for an ippon on that.
Yeah.
Just didn't have the leverage on the back foot to drive more, and hence sitting on the bottom first before getting the finish.
Now that she's already signalled to cancel it. For me, I would have let that go.
Yeah.
It's not ippon. We know that. Okay. She goes down on her backside, so it can't be ippon. No. But she continues that. There is a big enough push, and she does go onto her back.
Upper body control was perfect on it.
Yeah, I like that for Wazari. And she's unlucky there. Now the only reason that they could have said no was they think that she landed, it stopped, and then she pushed. So there wasn't sufficient enough momentum from the Ouchigari that brought her down.
Yes.
They didn't see that as continuous. They must have seen that was a stop, and then once they were down, then the push down. That's the only reason.
I tend to agree that there was a little bit of a pause there. But what I did like about it is that the upper body control, she was going direct. What I like about the Ouchigari is when they attempt it. Sometimes you see the Ouchigari and it's like I said, the shoulder in, and you're rescuing the attack halfway through the flow of the entry. But there, that Ouchigari was straight through the chest. She was headbutting the chest straight through, looking for the big score. What she just didn't have was that back leg to drive and finish it, and hence the reason she landed on the bottom first, but she was still going direct for the big score, and it was just a lovely attack. And that on its own, it deserves to get a score for me.
It was a nice effort, and as we just try to point out, that little pause out was
lovely
nice.
Attack there. Well, that's definitely got to finish there, and the timing was just perfect. Yeah,
that little pause just stopped her from coming up with the score, but she came up with another one there, and there was no doubt about that. That was a good technique.
Was a good match, and a good start for Kalirova.
I've been warmer.
You've been warmer.
Yeah.
Are you a little bit chilly, dear?
I'm afraid so. Yeah.
Feeling a little bit delicate. It's just the warm climate you come from. I'm just come from Bonnie, Scotland, and it's freezing. So this is lovely temperatures for me.
I'm not quite to the, plaid, leg blanket, phase, but. What happens in football commentary when they're,
They've got heaters under their desks.
I was going to say, yeah.
They get spoilt, these footballers.
Right, who have we got on the mat now? Chamé Edenari of Morocco against Cinta Garcia Mesa of Spain. Garcia Mesa's just scored there. So leads by Wazari.
Nice.
We did have a blow heater. I went out to a local shop in Qingdao at the Qingdao Grand-Prix in China one year and bought myself a little blow heater and put it under there. It was so cold. Really, everybody had, some kind of coat on or something. And I had this blow heater and to kind of show off, because people can't see what's under our desk.
No.
I'd take my jacket off, hung it over the back, and was lounging there. And people were like, "What on earth is John doing? How come he hasn't got his jacket on?" Had a blow heater under the table.
And the thermals on.
It was so cold.
Well, Garcia Mesa here is doing extremely well. She's got a Wazari already on the board. She's 2.5. Well, coming into 3 minutes now, just under the 3 minutes left. But looks very aggressive down there in her approach in this contest. Definitely setting her sights through to the next round.
Quick look at the advertising in the background. You'll see, no, it's gone now. We'll wait for it to come back round. It's an advertisement for this year's World Championships, which will be in Baku in Azerbaijan.
Oh, lovely
What
Uchimata there.
what an
Oh,
effort
that was a nice technique. Well, that was a lovely match there for Garcia Meza. She did extremely well there. Some
quite a
beautiful
wallop, wasn't it?
techniques. It was a lovely warm-up.
Wallop.
Oh, I thought you said
What a
warm-up.
wallop.
It was very low as well,
Yeah.
Uchimata. It looked
Yeah.
as if she was just on her back on her feet, no more, and then she planted her back onto her back. That
Well,
was
that
nice.
Yeah, here's a replay of that. Yeah. Oh, this is the new rule in action.
Lovely.
Because
Chigari.
somebody may say that they think that she's in
That's
Newaza.
come from Niwaza as
Yeah.
she's coming up, but no, it's a continuous move. Look, there she comes in for a drop, very poor attack, but capitalizes there as she approaches back onto her feet.
The rule is both players have to be in Niwaza, and Garcia is not. Edinari is on the ground. She can be considered in Newaza. So there's certain things that she can't do. But Garcia is in Tachiwaza.
So
she can still throw. And that previously they would have called mate there.
And the thing is, it's not what they can't do, it's what you can do.
Yeah, what you can. Well, that's what we want to do. We want to be able to allow that kind of thing. That was a good one. So we've seen two instances where we could have looked at what the new rules were. That the golden score, where the Shidos, that forced. I think that encouraged them to throw. The fact that there was, there were no penalties there, and they went into golden score. What was the point of trying to get your opponent penalised with one? And really, when we look at the way that tactics have gone in the past, that would have been a legitimate tactic.
Yes.
Make sure your opponent gets a Shido, end of contest.
Yeah.
Now, it's
a great learning tool for those coaches that are out there now watching. They've seen a very clear image of where these rules are now changed and what benefits they're gaining from them.
Right, who have we got on the mat now? Mallory Mekadir of France faces Lilia Kiselyeva of Russia. Mekadir in the white judogi, Kiselyeva in blue. Still the under 48 kilo category, round one. And what I'm going to
Kiselyeva, what a lovely name.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Right, 48 kilos. Let's see what we've you've got Tanaka will face Jiong in round two.
That'll be very interesting after watching Tanaka
and
compete
Kilyarova Garcia.
And
both throwers.
Garcia has really impressed me already. And this is a match that's battling away here. Makadia, France in the white, as we can see, and Kiselyeva representing Russia in the blue. No scores yet. A little bit of a battle here to obtain the stronger Kimikata.
I haven't seen either of these before. Kiselyeva? No, can't remember having seen her. We'll get her
well, there was a big training camp, wasn't there, in Austria, wasn't there?
She's 26, she's not one of their youngsters. Right, now where would we have seen her? At the European Open last year in Oberwart, I did that. Tashkent as well. She's in the final, lost in the final against their teammates. I must have seen that and commentated on that. Tashkent, spoke about that, and then that was it. Yeah, those two I would have seen at the Grand Slam in Baku a couple of years ago. Right.
So just one that's gone under the radar for
Well, she hasn't. I'm sorry to say, it's that old saying. She failed to impress.
Very harsh.
That's the truth of it. If
not senile dementia are coming in.
No, mate. If she'd impressed, I'd have remembered her. I Have a look
There's
at
the lovely
her.
Osota. Just lost balance there as she was driving off that back leg, and she was lucky not to get scored on.
She has 1 Grand Prix silver medal. That's it. That's your lot. So I'm going to excuse myself at not being able to recall her performances.
Well, I think you do well, considering
Considering my
the
advanced
amount of
age.
athletes that are out there, and it's not an easy feat.
Matthias Turbots, by the way, is on mat number 1. He's up against Torneke Jacadea of the Netherlands. That's on mat number 1 if you're interested in watching that. That's the under 60 kilo category getting underway there. We'll stick.
Well,
stick
Kisileva
here.
had an opportunity down there in the Niwas. They've just really got her legs all caught up in that groundwork, and sadly didn't capitalise. And we're going into the golden score, and this has been a very close-fought match. Wouldn't like to call this one.
It'll be interesting when they come to do the analysis, because they like to do the statistics and everything. The new statistic that will be produced or generated after this event will be how many golden score contests end with a 3rd penalty. Because that will be a new one. We haven't had that before. My money is very few.
I think very few, because it's not an advantage now to try and go for a golden score.
Yeah. And you've had your 4 minutes, you're tired. The likelihood of your defence is being strong are now reduced. I think scores are much more likely than 3 penalties.
Yeah. It's more advantageous, isn't it, to score rather than trying to steal it.
Yeah. We shall see. Anyway, Mercadia and Kisieleva continue their battle.
Oh, a lovely Makakomi there. So close.
And they do look,
They're a feisty two out there. They definitely are.
As they're
really going for it. Neither one of them are trying to just take advantage of their opponent. They're really doing what they're capable of doing, not trying to pick off their opponent's shortcomings. They're throwing that arm over the top. Comes in with the Osota, but as you can see, that arm got thrown over the top as she didn't actually even grip. I always find that quite frustrating as they throw their arms over, engaging and taking that much effort in to get the arm over the top, and then you don't clench the hands into the gi. What's the point? There's still no control. Again, the arm gets thrown over the top. That left hand comes in deep. The Makikomi comes across. Again, if Shidoni has more control with the arm that comes in and takes the gi, she might have a better effect of finishing of that Makikomi.
Kisieleva was just holding back a little
She's
bit there.
been,
Yeah, you could say that.
But in the old rules, that would
That would
have
have been over and done with, yeah.
That would have won the match, which is not always the nicest thing to see. The arm once more. She's got a good grip now here, and as you can see, she's controlling a little bit, and she's leaving her options open there. She had the Uchimata, she went for the Makikomi because she still had control with a grip on her opponent. Well, Makaria there has built up a little bit more confidence, knowing their opponent's got that Shido on the board.
Just taking her time here, Kisieleva. That led to the last penalty. Because having taken your time, if your opponent then attacks you and attacks again, you just give off that kind of feeling that you're off the pace a little.
Yes. And these are the sort of percentages you can't really afford to give away in a contest, especially when they're so close, evenly matched.
Slow to get to her feet again, just giving off the wrong message here.
I think this is a thing with a lot of Russian athletes. Their body language sends out some sort of laid-back sort of vibes, and sometimes you think it's because of their condition, but a lot of the time I just think it's just their nature.
and couldn't fend her off in the end.
It's like more and less of not being so much sort of unfit, but just can't be bothered.
Yeah,
That sort of attitude.
it's not happening. I'll leave it.
I'm not getting my own way here, so the dummy gets spat out, and it's like I'm not able to play instead of just taking control of the situation. They have that tendency to do that now and again.
Mercadier also just gave the impression of wanting it
She
a
just
little bit
seemed
more,
hungry,
didn't she?
She was much hungrier out there. And especially when that Shido was awarded, it seemed to be right now. That's telling me she's not in this game. Very strong arm that she kept throwing over there. That left hand was controlling nice. And there, in deep, hooked in with the Ouchigari, showed forward and switched it to the rear. A nice change of direction. Looked as if she was doing the Uchimata we'd seen earlier on and hooked back for the Ouchigari.
Yeah, Mercadier was defending the throw to the front.
Yes.
And that just push with the hips, you'll see that. She just pushes down, trying to defend there. This the push.
And as she defended, she switched it nicely.
In she goes, Good turn.
Good finish there.
Right, we've got Kimberly Renix of Great Britain on mat number 2 at the moment. She's up against Umaima Bedoui of Tunisia. Renix in the white judogi, Bedoui in blue.
It was quite nice. Kimberly coming earlier on between the warm-ups just to say that little hello, wasn't it? Young lady from Scotland, but trains now down in Camberley full-time.
Could still have the arm here. No, it's gone now.
Niwaza is very good. She's very strong and confident down there in the Niwaza, Kimberley is. Lovely drop Sianagi there from the Tunisian. Left her head open, and as you see, underneath. Kimberley just capitalises on it. Oh, that was like, thank you very much. That was a belated Christmas present. And she's still not out the woods. Oh, well, that was a very silly thing. She let a great opportunity there slip away, which is unlike Renix. Renix is normally sharper down there.
Only the foot left in. Once that comes out.
Still got that foot. Still needs to do something about it. Controls the upper body now, sort of switches a direction, but the referee obviously had enough.
Well, credit to Bedoui escaping 2 really dangerous situations there. One, the Shimiwaza that I thought, well, this is going to go here. And then the second one, that Osai, was an effort from Renix.
Bedoui there coming in for another drop, but doesn't get in deep enough, comes more to the side of her opponent. And again, puts herself in a very vulnerable situation down in the Niwaza as Renix tries to capitalise down there. As you can see, she's looking for that Jujikatami, but she's got her foot once more caught up, which doesn't give her the leverage that she needs.
She's had a go at the Shimiwaza, the Osai Waza, now the Kensetsu Waza.
You just sense that that's where she's going to win this match, because too many mistakes is being made there from Bedoui. Well, Shido for that drop, we'd seen it a few times. She came short in the drop every time.
False
and
attack,
I think the referee just had seen it one too many. So just under a minute and a half remaining in this contest, and Renix has been controlling it quite nicely, has had some great opportunities, not capitalised on them though, but still in the driving seat of this contest itself as she works once more in the Niwaza. Bedoui with a Shido already on the board from the drop Sianagis that we'd seen.
This tying up her hair it's come right at the right time for her. She needs this little break here just to think about it.
But the danger is it's allowing Renix to compose herself and think, considering that she's the one that's in the driving seat here at this contest, gives her that opportunity to sort of compose herself.
Yep.
And she stumbles a little bit there, loses her footing. That could have cost her a little bit, but she was
avoiding that grip there. Just went to ground. It was a slightly better effort from Bedoui. It just had Renix
and Renix
defending.
Picks up Hoshido now. That right arm's getting thrown over the top now to control her opponent a little bit better. Follows through into the knee waza, looking for that shimmy waza. I don't know if... And this is where...
Yeah, she's had to tap out.
Now...
Well, we can have a look.
The rule of that's with using the other limbs as a leverage.
She can do it as long as she doesn't straighten the leg.
Yes.
So if the arm goes underneath or behind the knee, and
so it's actually stretching
and she pulls
the groin.
So
it's not.
Yeah. So if this is pulled, that's okay. But the minute she stretches the leg out and moves it away from the body, then they'll call Mate and give Shido. But we'll see in the replay. I think she applies that correctly on this occasion.
That was a nice win, and it takes her through to the next round for Great Britain.
We've got the 60 kilo category beginning now on mat 2. We've got coming up now. Here's the replay. See, look where the right hand is.
In fact, she's got the opposite leg. She hasn't got the one nearest.
Anyway, yeah.
So she's bringing the legs together, not overstretching the groin, which has always been the danger, is overstretching and pulling on the hamstrings. But no, she's taken the opposite leg in a way of rotating over if she didn't get the shimmy waza.
Yeah, that was okay.
Nice bit of niwaza there, and not a surprise.
Raul Diaz-Lopez of Spain faces Albert Mongush of Russia. It's Diaz-Lopez in the white judogi, Mongush in blue. It's the first round in the under 60 kilo category. Sounds as though we're holding the competition in an aviary, doesn't it?
Yeah, the birds are tweeting. As long as the birds are not releasing, I don't mind. The thoughts of them floating around above our heads is a daunting experience. That's a real battle here of the Russian trying to engage in the attacks, but Spaniard just trying to be very defensive with the grips and power his way in there to start within this contest. Diaz-Lopez looking to get his preferred grip. Doesn't seem to have much luck with it at the moment, as Mongush is dismissing every effort that he's making. But they're taking the sleeves. What a beautiful attack there. Mongush now taking the lead with a Wazari. Now is working away in the knee waza, looking for an opportunity. Doesn't seem to be much there, but and the referee having a good view of what's going on feels the same. But there you have that beautiful attack, taking that sleeve right across. I think we'll be seeing that one again.
Diaz got a bit of a face plant there, didn't he?
Oh yeah, another drop there from the Russian. Ochigari. Didn't come through enough with that Osotogari, left his driving leg just a little bit too overstretched to make an impact. Well, Diaz-Lopez is now under a little bit of pressure with just a minute remaining, and Mongush looking for the shimiwaza. Again, the Osotogari attempt there from the Russian, who now starts to look for an opening in the Niwaza, but referee calling mate very quickly there. Lovely attack. This seems to get better every time we see it. And there we have an attempt of the Sangaki. Hooks in at behind, but now he's coming under his opponent's body. Nice turnover. As you can see, though, he's got his legs for turning him over that way. He's got the leg caught up, which is another hurdle to overcome to complete either the Osakomi or get any leverage on an arm lock. But still battling away there, putting Diaz-Lopez under a lot of pressure. Well, it's been a very interesting match up until now, and Diaz-Lopez came out right in the early minute of this contest, very strong indeed, and whether that strength was being slightly apprehensive going up against the Russian, I don't know, but Mongoose has now allowed this contest to open up a little bit more, which is creating a lot more opportunities for the Russian. So Mongush goes through to the next round with that Wazari, and be interesting to see how he performs in the next round. He'll be up against Kugisbayev of Kazakhstan a little bit later on, the number 1 seed, so that's going to be a very challenging match indeed.
Albert Mongush then on the back of that single Wazari goes into the next round, as Loretta was saying. Well, we're going to see Yuri Verstraeten of Belgium next. He's up against Ibrahim Issasani of Chad. It'll be Verstraeten in the white judogi, Issasani in blue, and here's that score again. Nice Yoko Tomoinagi there. Just taking his opponent off to the side. Really sharp piece of work. Right, Artem Lesyuk of Ukraine is up now. He faces Monaim Merji of Tunisia. Lesyuk in the white judogi, Merji in blue, or Mejri, sorry.
Well, that previous match was very quickly over and done with, wasn't it? Nice start. Lesyuk there with a big Oguruma looking, didn't have the upper body control to execute, to get a finish on the attack. Mejri looking a little bit apprehensive here. Leaves himself a little bit open for the drop. Lesyuk now following through into the Niwaza, trying to capitalize down there and looking for every opportunity he can to get. Mejri, as you can see, with that left hand high on the collar, totally dismissed by the Ukraine. Comes in for a counter. It looks a little bit scrappy out there, needs to really sort of control this, slow it down a little bit. Get the good grip first before the engaging of some of these attacks that he's already put in. Lesyuk once more looking for an opportunity, and Niwaza rotates his opponent over. Really doesn't have anything following through from there.
Just that single Shido on the board at the moment.
Looks a little bit scrappy out here. There's very little control for both these athletes. Lesyuk had some opportunities with the Niwaza rotating over, looked very impressive, but didn't have anything to follow through. Just really didn't have an end. And in the Tachiwaza, both athletes are putting in some strong attacks, but without any finish. So it's their finish to detail at the moment is lacking in this contest for both these athletes. So a minute and a half remaining in the contest, and Mejri coming in with the arm over the top as if he was going for a Makukomi, dismissed by Lesyuk, but again no real finish. Come over there, you see hooks in, leaves himself very vulnerable there, all his weight on the supporting leg. So a minute remaining in this contest, still very open.
News of what's been happening down on mat number 1, Beke Roslu of Turkey is through to the second round. He'll face Matthias Turbots of Slovenia in round 2.
Well, just seconds remain. Oh, well, there was an opportunity once more. Oh.
You can't believe it, can you, Lesiuk?
Well, just seconds remaining, and Lesiuk really
Got
is
untidy
just very
at the end.
untidy. But I thought they were both very untidy in their finishes right throughout the whole contest, and I think that was just. I think that was just a very lucky score there from Measury. Really do think that was a bit luck, and we all need a bit of luck now and again. That's the most important thing.
Made the home fans happy though.
Well, that puts a little bit of excitement in the air.
Who have we got coming up now? Walid Kaya of France up against Georgiou Poglitar of Canada. Kaya in the white judogi, Poglitar in blue.
Well, I like Kaya. I've watched him a couple of times in previous tournaments. I think he's actually a very exciting fighter indeed.
A volatile character.
But definitely volatile. You took the words right out of my mouth. I was just about to say, but it's like a hand grenade. You never know when he's just going to go off. It's quite comical, really. And that's his little flaw, isn't it? That's the only thing.
He's got to hold it together.
He cannot. He just doesn't seem to hold it together. It's all going his way. He's brilliant. He's world class. When he starts getting a little bit someone giving back, he just loses the plot completely.
But didn't he win the Senior Europeans one year? I think he was.
Sure he did.
I think he was Senior European champion. You know, he sort of burst onto the scene and taking everything by storm.
Well, Poglitar there has got a nice grip, as you can see. He gets that lapel and he seems to cause a few problems for the Frenchman.
Yeah, he won the Senior European Championships in Kazan. Senior European Championships at under 60 kilos in Kazan in 2016.
A couple of years.
Yeah, and he'd been the Junior European Champion the year before. So the likelihood is that when he was fighting at the Junior Europeans, at the Senior Europeans, he was already Junior European. Did he pick up a score there?
There was some lovely combination there. The Ouchigari to the Kosota, a beautiful combination of techniques there. Kaya picking up a Wazari. He had that upper body control. He had both arms trapped. It was nicely executed there. Well deserved, Wazari.
Poglitar trails them with half the contest still to come.
And he comes in with that drop. He's off the lapel, but I'm always a great believer, if you're going to throw well, you need two hands on.
Yeah, Mate Shido. Let's see if the referee does the right thing here. He gets some big points if he does this, watch. Well, he didn't give him a Shido. He didn't give him the Shido for the leg stretch.
Yes.
I'm sure that in the seminar they said Mate and then Shido.
Now, do you...
Because he called the Mate when he was going to apply the strangle. So it must have been something that he saw that was going wrong.
Yeah.
Not unless he was looking at the face and it was across the chin.
Possibly.
And he didn't see the leg.
Your natural reaction, I would have thought, as a referee,
look at where the
choke
choke is, yeah.
See if the choke is on and not across the face.
Yeah, yeah.
So he possibly missed out that because he was so quick in catching the shimiwaza.
Nowhere with that Makikomi That reminds me of a contest that we saw a little bit earlier on where the entries were untidy. Really
Yes.
didn't have a proper grip there.
Well, Kaya looking for an opportunity. The leg is caught up. It's now trying to get that out, but he doesn't have the upper body control. So no sooner that leg will be out and his opponent will escape. That's always the danger, really, is getting the upper body first and then working with the problem afterwards.
So a single Wazari was enough.
Yeah, and it was a lovely
Kaya,
Wazari,
yeah.
in fact, definitely a lovely combination of attacks. So a well-deserved win for Kaya, who goes through to the next round. And he'll be up against the winner of the next match that's coming up very shortly.
Is that one of our geese that he's got then, Walid Kaya? Because didn't see his name up there. Anyway, must be one of ours. Right, who we got coming up next then? Mak Kun Nin of Hong Kong. He faces Mohamed Jaffi of Morocco. Mak in the white judogi, Jaffi in blue.
Well, Mac's still quite a young athlete, competing here in this senior Grand-Prix tournament. 2 years ago in the Cadet Asian Cup Championships, took a bronze medal, and also in Macau a bronze medal. So in Taipei and Macau, 2 bronze medals as cadet. So still just into junior level now, but what a good opportunity and great experience to be gained from competing here.
I think she was in your weight, you know. Hyun Suk-hee, the referee in the middle.
She's a very good referee, I know that.
Just going to remind myself of her exploits. I'm sure it was 52 kilos.
Oh, Diashbare there, wonderful attack, beautifully executed. Jaffe, African Championships back in 2017, picked up the bronze medal. Dominates quite nicely in the African Championships and Opens throughout the past 3 years. Some lovely skills as well. His ashiwazas are superb. And it takes him into the lead at the moment with just under 3 minutes remaining in this contest. Well, Jeffy picking up first Shido. 2.5 minutes remaining in the contest. Mac desperately trying to get some sort of grip on his opponent. Not really doing too well at the moment with that. Comes in with a drop Cianagi without even a grip on his opponent, which the referee didn't see there, but would have been deserving of a Shido.
Just manages to bring him down onto his side. She never signalled Ippon.
No.
Why have they? Oh, but she signalled Ippon.
No, I wouldn't have said that was Ippon.
Did he have Wazari previously?
Yes, he
Was
did.
So
Wazari
Awazeti
Ippon. So, but she only called.
But she only called
Ippon.
Ippon. And I think that the signal came to her. No, it's Ippon. No, it's not. It's a second Wazari.
Yes.
So they've given her that information. Oddly enough, they've given her the wrong information. So she says, okay, if you tell me it's Ippon, I'll give you Ippon. But for me,
Wazari Aseti
it's
Ippon.
definitely Wazari. And she gives Wazari. For me, she gives the right score. There's no way that is Ippon.
No.
And then they tell her, no, I know what they mean. No, it's Ippon. No, it's Wazari. You allow the referee to say Wazari Awazeti Ippon. You know, she's given the right score here. Everybody can see that's Wazari. She gives the right score, and if there was Wazari on there already, it should have been Wazari
Awazeti Ippon. Yes.
Oh well,
and it's the only mistake that
we
she made.
know, don't we?
We know. we cottoned on to that. And it's just a good thing I'm not a referee.
Yeah, you can keep that job.
I know. I would.
Fraj Douibi of Tunisia faces Roy Koffijberg of the Netherlands. It's Douibi in the white judogi, Koffijberg in blue.
Well, Douibi there, great grip. Draws his opponent's head down into his shoulder. Nicely executed there. Oh, and a lovely strong attack from the Tunisian. Oh, Koffijberg there looking a little bit bewildered.
Yeah, you never fought Hyun, but you were fighting at around the same time. Same tournaments, but you just never went head to head. Olympic silver medalist she ended up.
When was that? Back
Hyun.
Was that 90?
I'll just have a look and see when she went. I think, if I'm not mistaken,
96, possibly.
Hang on a second.
I wouldn't have thought it was 92.
Yeah,
96.
I think it was.
Was it?
Yeah, I think that's when she went. Yeah. '96.
96.
Yeah, sorry.
I was
In
like
Atlanta,
remembering it was Jessica
yeah.
Gall and Rendo and all them.
Yeah,
I remember
sorry.
them.
Yeah.
Some strong girls in that. But 92. 96.
She was in '96. I think it was the World Championships that she went to.
So she was a young pup at that time.
Yeah.
I was one of the old girls.
Yeah, she went on until '97. Yeah.
Old Douibi there has got Wazari on the board. A nice comfortable lead. Just under 2.5 minutes remaining in this contest, and has really ruffled the feathers of the Dutchman. It's those grips that are causing Roy so many problems here. The jacket's been taken off his back, and he really doesn't know what to do. He's really been unsettled right from the beginning of this contest.
That might be it. He may pick up a third penalty here.
He really has been so unsettled. Well, he's saved, but for how long I don't know. Once more. Duibi there really piling on the attacks. He's really giving him a lot of trouble out there. Koffenberg looking to try and come through, but still doesn't have too much control with the kumikata as he's on the edge of the contest area. Well, he's lucky not to pick up that third and final Shido, where he was playing on the edge of the mat. It was too close to comfort there. 1 minute, 15 seconds remaining now in this contest. Maybe once more hooking in with the Ochi-Uchimata combination. Leaves himself a little bit off balance. Stumbling on his supporting leg, and Koffenberg had an opportunity there, but failed to take full advantage of that. So Duibi looking very comfortable in this contest, has controlled right from the beginning. And there is another good attack, but Koffenberg just reacted badly to the initial engagement of Duibi. So as the athletes battle away here, Duibi in a very comfortable position. 20 seconds remaining in this contest. I don't think this is going to change with the final seconds approaching in this battle. But there you have it, another Wazari, making that a Wazari Aseti upon, and a win for Duibi from Tunisia, which this crowd will be delighted with. And Duibi will be up against the winner of the next match that will be coming up very shortly. And there you have the highlights of that very match. So that was a great win for Tunisia. And coming up very shortly now, as we can see, Miyanhara of Japan in the white, Elfiki of Egypt in the blue. This is the men's first rounds of the 60 kilos. Miyanhara now looking for an opportunity down in the Niwaza. As you can see, trying to go for that arm, but Egyptian staying very nicely controlled and tight in the ground, not leaving any opportunity for the Japanese to come through. But very feisty start for both these athletes. And Yanahara there, you can see once more looking for an opportunity to capitalise and finish this contest in the ground. He's got his leg caught up there and really needs to control the upper body first and then start working to dig that leg out. And as you can see, does nicely taking the leg out, but the lack of control in the upper body allowed his opponent just to escape. So just under 2 minutes remaining in this contest. Well, Yanahara there really taking control of the whole contest so far. Still failing to get that score that he's been so close to getting. Losing out on a few opportunities in the ground. Elfiki looking to... Oh, well, that was a nice attack there. Ippon scored. Thought he'd lost the control as he went over, but managed to rescue it at the crucial point of landing. So Yanahara will go through to the second round. Douabi, he'll be up against, representing Tunisia. Here's the highlights of that very attack. Well, there's no questions asked about that one. Wonderful execution.
Right, we've got round one of the under 52 kilo category coming up next. Sui Shuk Ki of Hong Kong faces Amani Ganoui of Tunisia. Sui in the white judo gi, Ganoui in blue. Yeah, Neil was just explaining to us, Neil Adams had come across to clarify something about a Shido that we were talking about. We felt that they should have called Mata and given a Shido for the attempted shimiwaza and outstretched leg.
Yes.
But Neil was just pointing out that the reason that they didn't give the Shido was that they felt that the athlete had, that Uke had stretched the leg out himself.
Okay.
And it wasn't being stretched by Tori, it was being stretched by Uki.
Oh, right. Well, when it comes down to tactics, that's definitely one to watch, isn't it?
Yeah, because let's say that for demonstration purposes only, I hasten to add, I'm going to put my hand behind Loretta's leg here. So let's say that I've got my
Whoops.
hand here, and you decide to stretch your leg out.
Yes.
We've got to look to see where that hand is, because
Exactly.
I can't stretch your leg out if it's
If
behind
it's
the
behind
knee.
the knee.
If it's down at the ankle, yes,
you
I've got some
can.
leverage. But if it's behind the knee, then and you decide, hey,
Any
I'm going to
excuse
stretch
you
the
need
leg
to touch my leg.
I'm all over it. Right,
Hey.
back to the action.
Well, it's put a smile on my face anyway.
But you can see how
Definitely.
if they're clever, they say, oh, you know.
Yes, but it's knowing
But it
how
can't
clever you
be.
can be,
Yeah.
because depending on the
Yeah.
hand and where
That
it's
can't
placed
work,
on the leg, whether it'll
Yeah.
work or not. But, well,
Something to look for.
it's good that they've obviously noticed that, and
Yeah.
that was a great observation there.
That is close. Whether they'll give it, I don't know. But his colleagues have to help him out because it's on the other side.
Yeah, so he
he's-
didn't see the actual landing from the angle he was in.
He's not in the wrong position here for me. That referee's not in the wrong position. You can't be everywhere all the time. You just got to, be as close as you can. And he was as close as you can to the action, but it was on the other side
Yes.
from him. And you've got the two contest judges there who happen to be on that side. They've got a clear view of it, and they say, yeah, that would have been a Yuko in the past, and everything that was Yuko is Wazari. So Wazari on the board for Amani Ganoni of Tunisia.
Well, the Tunisian team are doing quite well.
Yeah,
We're
they've got a
getting
few
through to the
players.
next round. And this young lady is junior African champion back in 2016. She picked the gold medal up. So
Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, the North African countries
Yeah,
are normally
that's-
strong
they got-
in this continent.
definitely. And some of the African countries are hosting some very strong events as well. So they're actually very good learning tools, aren't they, for not only the organisation of the judo, but for their athletes as well to spectate.
I thought I saw Huda Miled, a former under 70, maybe 78 kilo category fighter. I thought the Tunisian. I thought I saw her in the Tunisian coaching setup in the warm-up. So maybe she's moved over now, because she's only last couple of years, I suppose, finished competing. So she may now be involved in coaching.
Well, there's a real battle going here with just under a minute remaining, but the Tunisian with that comfortable lead over Wazari. Body language a little bit apprehensive now. She seems to have been backing off as if she's just trying to hang on to this Wazari, and as we know, can't really afford to do that. Penalties will start accumulating very quickly. But a nice attack again. Koshigruma. Didn't get the hips in too far, but had the head caught in nicely and got the lift and rotation, but just didn't plant it well enough.
Yeah, Huda Miled hasn't competed since having lost to Sally Conway in second round of the Olympic Games in Rio 2016. So it looks as though she has retired. So I'm not really surprised to see her in the Tunisian coaching setup for women. Another win for the Tunisians, this time Amani Ganoni.
Well, it's a great start for this young lady, and she was very positive in her approach to the match. Had some very good strong attacks. The young lady from Hong Kong, Tsui, will see very young and gained a lot of experience from participation. Now we have from Switzerland in white Silva, and she's up against Pavlova of Russia in the blue. First round of the under 52 kilos in Pool B. And the winner of this will be up against Astrid Neto from France. So that'll be an interesting match.
Pavlova can't claim the Osai coming from that position. She needs to change positions and get into... Oh, she's tapped
she's
anyway.
Going for the shimiwaza there.
Yeah.
Nicely executed. Good finish. And swiftly puts her through into the next round.
That was sharp, wasn't it?
It was very
From
quick.
Pavlova.
No messing around with that one.
Yeah, you can see the right hand now.
As she rotated back. That shimiwaza was just in a good position there, wasn't it?
Right, we've got round one of the under 57 kilo category getting underway on mat number 2 now. Sumia Irahui of Morocco faces Ana Rosa of the Dominican Republic. Irahui in the white judogi, Rosa in blue.
Irahui there with the first engagement with the Uchimata. Rosa with the Makakomi. Rosa seems to have the stronger lifeline grip there, as you can see. That left hand on the right hand on the lapel, left hand just under the shoulder. She hooks in for the Uchimata but misses it totally. That could have cost her dearly.
Almost came up with the Tsukeshi there.
Yeah.
Just to remind you that there are 2 mats here. We've focused solely on mat number 2 at the moment, but there is a second mat, obviously, mat number 1. If you want to go down there and have a look. But there's been no real need for us to go down there as yet. We've been
exciting matches on this one so far. And
in the event that something really big comes up, one of the top seeds or something, and we want to go down there and have a look, then we will. But the 57 kilo category, the number 1 seed, she had a bye. 60 kilo category, Guzman Kyrgyzbayev, he had a bye, so he didn't go in there. Daniel Kargnin in the under 66 kilo category, he had a bye as well. Jongbo Kyong in the under 48 kilo category, no first round contest for her, she had a bye, as did Distria Krasniki of Kosovo. They all were lucky enough to have first round bye, so that's why we haven't gone down there. The number 2 seeds, Nora Zhakova, same thing. Bekir Oslu we didn't see, but he won his first round contest. Nathan Katz we didn't see because he had a first round bye. Dario Biladid also first round bye, and Jessica Pereira. So that's normally the case. If there are any byes to be given out, they go to the higher seeded players. So that's why we haven't found it necessary to work our way down to mat number 1. But if you want to click on mat number 1, you'll see the action down there, and we'll try to keep you up to date with who is on mat number 1 if there's something that we think may be of interest. There's no score in this contest yet. Irahui in the white judogi, Rosa in blue, and there's a little under a minute left to go.
Well, Rosa, as you can see, attempting the Ouchigari, but neither one of these athletes are actually pushing forward with their finishings, and this is what's really lacking both the athletes. The control with the kumikata and the finishing touch of the attacks when executed. So a little bit scrappy at the moment, but hopefully drawing to the last 30 seconds of this contest, some little spark will come from either one of these young ladies and try and steal the match at the crucial seconds. Otherwise we'll be going into golden score. Well, they're both now into the Niwaza, so it's more likely to see this match following through into a golden score. Well, in the first round of this contest, in the first 4 minutes, Rosa looked the more dominant of the two. Showed a few promising attacks with the Ouchigaris, Cianagis, but just didn't have that nice finishing to the end. Looks quite strong out there, a slight advantage in height. As you can see, Rosa with that right hand on the lapel that's quite controlling, steps across once more for a forward attack, but Iraqi comes in with a drop. A little bit under pressure there, the Moroccan. It's all about the grips at this moment. Neither one of them really want to be brave enough to advance further than the grip. As you can see, Iraqi looking to stretch across with the leg, but doesn't actually even engage. The Ouchigari is there, combination of the Uchimata. It's one of the strongest attacks we've seen so far, and the referee now sending the signal out with awarding a Shido, I should say, to the Moroccan. Iraqi, as you can see, has now taken the right sleeve of Rosa, which has caused her a few problems throughout this contest. As we've seen in previous minutes, that when Rosa gets that right hand on the lapel, her opponent's left lapel, that combination of the Uchimata is quite threatening. And we're into 2 minutes into golden scores. So these young ladies have been battling away for the past 6 minutes in total. Now the second Shido has been very quickly given to both athletes this time, but Iraqi now has accumulated 2. One more would result in the Hansokumaki and the match being awarded to Rosa. An attempt of a Cianagi there from Iraqi. Slightly changing the pace of this contest. Needs to start engaging a little bit more, otherwise she's going to find herself taking an early shower for the day.
Loretta's turn to be pretty with the language there, taking an early shower.
It's either that or going home smelling, one of the ways. And these young ladies. So 3 minutes and there's the real battle been going on. 7 minutes. These ladies have been at it. No score. 3 shidos on the board. 2 going to Iraqi.
Well, as far as I remember, they went into the golden score period without a penalty.
Without. And all of a sudden they're starting to accumulate them.
But look, attacking. It's a good push. That's a good push. Nice effort on the left side then. She does come up with a score.
Well, there's always the sign when they've asked them to. There we go. A score of Wazari goes to Ana Rosa from Dominican Republic, who will go into the next round of the under 57 kilo category. And she'll be up against Khalifi of Tunisia a little bit later on today. Well, the coach there trying to give us some encouragement for the next time she ventures out into an event like this. And now we have representing Brazil in the white, Nascimento, and she's up against Jalassi of Tunisia in blue. And the Tunisian straight in there with the Niwaza, looking for the shimmy waza attempt. Well, a poor attempt there of a drop. Nascimento leaves herself a little bit vulnerable down in the Niwaza, as Jalassi looking for the shimmy waza. Sadly wasn't able to capitalise on it, but nevertheless a good transition down into the ground. Nascimento, Pan American champion for the juniors back in 2017, and Cumbria Junior European Cup also picked up a bronze medal. Again, now putting a little bit more pressure on herself in the ground, trying to look for an opportunity of that turnover. Doesn't seem to be much on offer. The referee feels that as well, and Mate called. Nazria Jalassi, African Championships and Seniors 2015, took the gold medal, and far back in 2013 as well, a gold medal. Don't have any outside of Africa results, but there comes in Nascimento with what looked to be the Sianagi, switching it to the rear of the Ochi, stumbling her opponent down into the Niwas, and now trying to look for a Sangaku turnover. As you can see, the legs are a little bit untidy there, doesn't really capitalise on that, but still persevering with that arm lock, as you can see, as Jalassi now starting to raise her opponent off for the mate. Coach there trying to give some sound advice.
I just looked across at my colleague as she was trying to multitask, commentate and order a coffee at the same time.
You're giving away my secrets. Too many secrets.
Nascimento trying to work something here.
I'm not sure how effective it is at this moment. She doesn't have too much leverage on it.
That is a really difficult one to execute.
Working on the forearms, and it's more a squeeze to both, but you're not really slicing across. And more effective if you get the lapel of the judogi rather than your own forearm. So just under a minute remaining and still no score between both these athletes. There's been a little bit of excitement from either one of them. You really couldn't work out which way this is going to go. Nascimento engages a little bit more harder, but she's put a very soft attack here, and Jalassi now working her way in the Niwaza, but doesn't really want to engage down there. Now the Brazilian has to be very careful in putting one too many attacks in that are very soft like that, because the Tunisian looks quite powerful and would react very well in a counter. You can see that left hand on the shoulder, drawing her opponent's shoulder in as she comes through underneath with the Sianagi.
The right idea.
Just didn't get deep enough.
All of a sudden, it just seemed to slow down. There was no momentum going, no real Kazushi, and it just broke down and she collapsed.
So the thing is, I think she was in two minds whether she was going for the Kouchi-gak or whether she was going for the Sianagi, and then got caught halfway.
In both. Nascimento's keen to get on with it, isn't she? Up on her feet.
Well, into the golden score, and still doesn't look like either one of them are any closer to going into the next round. And I think this is just about who's going to make the first mistake. But the one thing, there's no Shidos on the board as well.
Here we go again. Yeah. That referee, by the way, is Amy Mbenge of Senegal. I should have a chat with her afterwards and ask her if this is her first as well. It's the first time I've seen her in the medal, and well, it's not the first time today, but it's the first competition I've seen her, and she's doing a good job. Looking after things well.
Well, I think it's important to give that feedback, which is important.
Yeah. Should have seen...
especially when it's a very positive feedback. It gives them a boost of confidence, and what we want them is to have the confidence out there to go with their gut and make that right decision.
I went over to chat to Hannah when she'd done that first contest, and she was just completely red, total blush. Yeah.
Well, the battle continues on this mat, and neither one of them making too much of an impression and wanting it enough to go through to the next round. Need to have someone that's going to be really brave out here and just change this all about and pick up the pace slightly. And it is really about who's going to be gutsy. Both athletes have played it very safe in the past 5 minutes so far. A big high grip over the top there from Nascimento. Looked strong, but her feet were all over the place and stumbled down to the ground, but was in the right position.
Good battle, isn't it?
It is. It's but what's lacking is a gutsy performance, especially when they've played it safe for the past nearly 5-6 minutes now, and neither one of them wants to change it about and shake it up a little bit. And I think a change of pace would benefit either one of these athletes who's brave enough to do it. I think we've been playing in second gear all the time so far, and Now the engine's raring to go, and it's used up a lot of fuel, and they've got nothing for it. But there's something exciting there that's happened, and the score has gone to Nascimento.
She
and that
looked the more,
explosive, but she was one that was slightly better, a little bit of explosion there from her. And Nascimento goes through for Brazil into the next round. And that was a real battle, 6 minutes battling away in that contest. But eventually the stronger of the both came through.
The next contest on the 22, second round for women under 16. Brazil, Daniel Carmen.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, in the under 66 kilo category, this is the number 1 seed, Daniel Carmen of Brazil. He's in the white judogi. He faces, let's have a look, Singizan Donmez. I think it's Chen, yeah, with that C. Yeah. Cengizhan Donmez of Turkey. There you go.
Well, the battle has commenced, and the number 1 seed looks a little bit uncomfortable there at this moment. Has a nice controlling right hand lapel grip on his opponent. Needs to now control as he's got his opponent's right sleeve there. Cagnian coming through. Deep enough with the drop, but still supporting that very strong grip. It's a bit of a settling period at this moment, the first minute and a half. Both these athletes had a bye in the first round. 33 athletes participating in this weight category. Very, very strong division. Largest of all the weights today. Kosoto stumbling his opponent down into the Niwaza, looking for an opportunity down there. Trying to create something special there. As you can see, he's working away around the neck. Kosoto following through. Just lost the control at the latter end of that attack. Domens, as you can see, with the left hand high up onto the collar, drawing his opponent's head down, comes across for a forward attack. But Domez, with one Shido already on the board, really needs to start picking up the pace and taking a little bit of control and responsibility in this contest. Sangaku attempt there from Cagnian, who's the number 1 seed in this weight category. So both gentlemen asked to tidy themselves up, leaving no disadvantage to their opponents with an open gi.
Cagnian gave some degree of surprise. What was that for?
He was very surprised. It was like, what, me?
Me?
A Shido apiece now, and Cagnian as we said, looking very surprised about that. But 1 minute and 14 seconds remaining, but the clock doesn't seem to be shifting on our screen. It is now, but lost a few seconds there. And lovely control there, planting his opponent down in for a Wazari and into the Osakomi. The power of Gomez as he rotates out of the Osakomi. Credit to the man, he wasn't hanging around too long in the groundwork. Bit of a block there from Cugnian, as you could see, on that hip, but then controlled off the drop to get the Wazari and then the Osakomi. But not sure whether that Wazari is going to count. No, because it was more of a block. Like I said, the block on the hip when Gomez. Oh, they're giving it back. Make your mind up time. Shall I not? Well, for me, I looked like it was more of a block. The block and the stumble from Gomez that gave him that control to go into the Niwaza. Give him the Niwaza, but it didn't really do much in getting the Wazari, other than blocking out. Well, the Sangaku there, and he's got that Shimiwaza on, and now looking for the arm lock, as you can see. A good combination, and the Ippon scored. So, regardless, Cugnian goes through to the next round with a superb bit of Niwaza at the end of this contest with only 18 seconds remaining. And the next round will be a decider of who actually meets Cugnian in the third round. Shezhan Dmitry from Belarus. And Fujisaka of Japan in the blue. Shezhan in white, Fujisaka in blue. Again, we're into round two. Both these athletes having a bye in the first round. And you've got the arm lock there and nicely executed. Just didn't have the finish, but...
He took one in the eye, didn't he, look?
Definitely got a knock on the nose of some sort there. And...
Bernd Achilles, the IJF refereeing director, pointed out during a recent seminar when being questioned by one of the participants, his answer was, I won't say what the question was, I'll just give the answer. He said, "It is a contact sport, you know." You can guess what the question was, but he said, "It is a contact sport." Oops.
Bernd Achilles, though, he is actually quite a character and a very strong personality, so you're not going to get any tissues from him, are you, when you start crying?
It's
more like to have sandpaper. Now it's a very close match between these two athletes. Shezhan, as you can see, is engaging a little bit more. Fujisaka, a little bit apprehensive, backing off slightly and trying to react off his opponent's initial attack. Sometimes that can be a little bit dangerous. So he comes in with the arm there, is blocking slightly, but Shezhan attack once more into the, looking for an opportunity in the Niwaza. But definitely Shershan, the more dominant and more engaging in this contest so far. Well, Fujisaka, as you can see, with that right hand on the lapel, controlling the reactions of his opponent, but really doesn't seem to engage too much in his own efforts of attacking. But it's paying off so far, because Shershan has picked up the first Shido. A little bit harsh, I would have thought. Possibly both should at this moment have a Shido apiece. Well, there's still a lot of life and energy there, as you can see from Fujisaka as he bounces away there, but wouldn't be bouncing too much with he had his opponent gripping him. As he was coming quite nicely. Well, 33 athletes are participating in this weight category, the largest of today's weights. Very, very tough weight category. There's some nice judo now coming from Fujisaka, putting a little bit more extra pressure on his opponent as he works away into the Niwaza. The referee obviously feels there that there wasn't too much of an opportunity, and calling mate and bringing them back up onto their feet. But flurry of attacks there from Fujisaka is now awarded a Shido to Shershan, and that really does start piling the pressure on Belarusian. One more, as we know, would result in a Hansokumaki. He hooks in there with Uchimata. Losing a little bit of control, and his balance just landed him down first onto his face. So exertion of energy there didn't pay off. You can see with Fujisaka, with that right hand in the inside, controls his opponent's movements and causing a few problems for Shershan, who comes round the back now, flying onto his opponent. And on the result of that, the Uchimata's there hovering around for Fujisaka, almost getting that score. Well rescued from Shershan. Just coming up to the last half a minute in this contest. So as the athletes asked to tidy up, you get a bit nervous with that, because normally it's coming to the end of the contest, and there we have it. There's the sign, the Shido, the final Shido, and a Hansokumaki being awarded to Shershan. And Fujisaka then goes through to the next round, the third round of the under 66.
Right, what have we got coming up next? And after the highlights, we're going to stay here on mat number 2. Imad Basu of Morocco faces Aram Gregorian of Russia. It'll be Basu in the white judogi, Gregorian in blue.
Well, Basu, as you can see, bouncing away there. A little bit apprehensive as Grigorian advances for his grip, and the Moroccan backs off slightly. Grigorian, Grand Prix in Dusseldorf back in 2013, picked up a bronze medal. And but this last year, Minsk European Open, took a bronze medal, and in the European and the World Cup in Tashkent back in 2012, a bronze. So he's someone that's hovered around the medals and is capable of picking up medals at this level of tournament. As we know, the Russians have got a very strong team. Basu in the African Championships last year picked up a 5th place, but has had medals in the African Championships, in gold in 2016 and also a bronze back in 2015. So a consistent continent champion. It's looking a little bit apprehensive out here though. No score yet with 2 minutes remaining in this contest, halfway. Grigorian there coming in for the Aponsianagi, just at the edge of the mat. Trying to desperately get that high collar grip, comes underneath with the Sianagi once more, doesn't seem to get the hips through deep enough to make it effective enough. Now Shido Basu picks up. And now they feel that wasn't worthy of the Shido, and has just been taken off the scoreboard. Well, the battle is on between these two, and it's all about the Kimikata. We've got a lovely attack as he drops under his opponent and scoring upon. Well, that was nicely executed, very fast indeed.
Well, we were talking about this modified Kataguruma. The only thing missing there is the hand to the leg.
Yes.
But everything else, the shape of that is exactly, Kataguruma.
His entry and the speed of entry was just perfect. The timing.
Drops the shoulder, both hands, wheel him over.
The shoulder and the head movement, and that arm was wrapped up very nicely. A little bit of a fear factor that you could get into the habit of touching that leg or even being close to it, that you risk picking up the penalty from that. But still, a nice win.
I think certainly for us who remember the execution of that technique in a different way, there's that temptation to think about the hand. Grigorian is young enough to have been developing his competitive judo at a time when we'd already said there's no hand to leg. So he's worked on that technique not knowing any other execution but that.
He knows no different.
So good for him.
Where if it was me competing, I would be disqualified straight away. Well, here we have representing Tunisia in the white, Harbi, and Matteo from Dominican Republic in blue. We are still staying with the under 66. Been quite some exciting matches in this weight category. Matteo coming in with a lovely combination there as the drop Sienagi. When he got that resistance, he looked for the Ouchigari. Very agile indeed. As he now looks for an opportunity in the ground. Wasn't quick to react enough down there, so referee obviously felt that he'd lost that moment. Again, a drop Sienagi. Well, both opting for very similar grips, very low sleeved grip there from Harbi as he drops underneath, doesn't get the entry right and doesn't get the control and the rotation from those sleeves being so low. Harbi just not wanting to engage on his opponent's grip on that lapel, but there you have the danger. Matteo coming in with the Sienagi, and that was so close. And a sigh of relief there from Harbi, as you can see with the body language, knowing how close he was to seeing himself going through to that next round. Well, Harbi there, as you can see, with the hand on the lapel, but once more leaves himself open for that Sienagi. Now, we've seen it quite a few times from Matteo. And the switch of direction from the reaction of Harbi trying to stop the Sienagi. Matteo comes into the rear attack score in Ippon. So that was a great match for Matteo of the Dominican Republic. Well-deserved win, and he'll go through to the third round of the 66 kilo category. And he'll be up against his Russian opponent, Grigorian, a little bit later on. That will be a very tough and challenging match.
Right, coming up next, Kenneth van Gansbekker of Belgium faces Ali Reza Khojaste of Iran. It's van Gansbekker in the white judogi, Khojaste in blue.
Well, once again, we see another match that is very challenging indeed for both athletes. So closely matched, some of these men. It's one battle after the other. Van Gaspen, as you can see, coming under his opponent, trying to drive him over with just the head, but didn't really get that shoulder in. He needed that as well. Van Gaspen coming over with that right hand onto his opponent's left lapel. trapping his opponent's left hand over the top, but as you can see, the Iranian's arm is in the inside, which is always a danger for the Sianagi, but comes in with the Sutemi Waza, drawing his opponent down between the legs and now starting to try and turn him over from there, but refereeing feeling that there's very little opportunity down there, and rather than wasting valuable time, calls the mate. Shido been awarded though. To the Iranian. Well, out the both of them, Van Gaspen looks a little bit more in control. As you can see again, the lapel, he's used the Sutemi Waza, Yoko Tomonagi. An attack on the edge there. And Gaspek there, as you can see, defending quite nicely. Doesn't look to be under too much pressure there. And there's a slight more domination in this contest. As you can hear, the Iranian hooking in with the Ouchi, combination of the Ouchi Uchimata. Well, Kojeste there picking up the Shido, and now the second one goes to Van Gaspek, and the second for the Iranians, so one more would result in the Hansokumaki. Has to be very careful now and starts engaging in this contest a little bit more than he already has. It's that right hand that's causing so many problems for the Iranian. The Tomonagi attempt there from the Belgium. The takedown once more. This time does have the shoulder in, but still doesn't manage to get the rotation over. Well anticipated from the Iranian, blocking it as he came under. Well, no scores, but there's one Shido to 2. And we know that obviously athletes can't win a match on a single Shido, but accumulation of 3, making it a Hansokumaki, means that they can win the match. And this is what the Iranian has. He's got 2 at this moment. One more would be the Hansokumaki that Van Gaspek would require to take him through to the next round.
Bad little effort there, that left Uchimata had Van Gansbecker defending strongly.
Well, the dynamics of this match has got to change for the Iranian. He cannot just go in the same pace he's been going for the past 5 minutes, coming up to 5 minutes now, and he's accumulated 2 Shidos for it. He really has to be engaged all the time. He cannot afford in another Shido being awarded to him. And referee obviously, well, this is the danger once more, a tidy up of the gis. Gives you that feeling that a penalty is going to be handed out.
Well, he can't give him a penalty for passivity here, but he's winding up for something.
Yeah.
But he's just attacked him with a huge left uchimata. He can't now say you're passive.
Unless they're going to give it to Van Gesbeck.
Why would he tidy up the gis so badly?
Yeah. Maybe I feel that there's a bit more of a disadvantage having the open gis and to try and create more opportunity for either one.
Yeah, Jimmy, they want to give him, but he just realised it's too late. He wants to give him for the passivity, but only after he's come up with that last big uchimata effort.
Nice Ashimoza attempt there, fell onto his face. Nevertheless, caught him on the hop there.
He probably had been passive up to that point, then threw in that attack as he caught the mate. Oh dear.
Obviously doesn't like untidy athletes, and I suppose while he's listening he can make them do something that's more positive than just standing there with themselves half dressed.
It's unfair on the referee when they are discussing, his colleagues are discussing things. He wants to keep control of the contest and he wants to keep it flowing, but he can't because he knows that they're about to give him some kind of instruction. And in the end, when they've decided, okay, we're not going to do it, he ends up looking, a bit of a
and
prune,
I think
doesn't he?
in fairness to the referee, I think it's a good ploy what he's doing.
Yep.
It's not something we're used to, because when we tend to see them asking them to tidy themselves up, we always think they're going to wallop them with a penalty and a sort of a hansokumaki. That tends to be the case. But what he's doing is not only is he listening to what the care system is saying to him, but he's still engaging in the athletes. He's still giving them some sort of feedback, so they're not just standing there looking bewildered of what's happening. It's a clever way of dealing with it.
False attack penalty picked up there by Van Gansbecker.
So now it's 2 Shidos apiece. And so really it's down to whoever can make those, that's whoever's going to make a next mistake or can score. Well, 2.5 minutes. Oh, yes. What a lovely technique. And he pulled that one out of the bag. Well, we never even saw that one coming for about 6 minutes. And then all of a sudden he throws that in after 6.5 minutes of effort. And Van Gesbeck there, my goodness me, does he look shocked.
He looks as though he's been robbed,
He's been lured into a false sense of security. Never saw that one coming. That wasn't even there in the radar at all throughout that contest.
What's that old saying? He looks like someone who found a fiver and lost a tenner.
Well, definitely that's the case. And look at his face. The body language is just telling him exactly that.
Or something along those lines.
He
anyway.
came in with that drop.
Ooh.
And whoa, what a finish. But that was never on the cards in 6.5 minutes of a battle that went on there. And you wouldn't actually sense that coming.
No.
The hands are on the outside,
yeah.
They're not in the inside. He comes in. How agile is he, and flexible of the upper arms that he is to be able to get the hips in perfectly in position. Look how he just clips him as he tries to step over. Just powers him over, elbow tucked under the armpit, finishing it. Beautifully done.
On the mat now, Bilal Ben Ahmed of Tunisia is up against Pavel Petrikov of the Czech Republic. It's Ben Ahmed in the white judogi, Petrikov in blue.
Well, we've just gone into the first minute of this contest. Nothing too exciting at this moment opening up here, but there we have Pavel with the Ouchigari. Nice strong attack. Sienagi attempts, so two very, very strong attacks. So Petrikov in the first minute and a half taking a little bit more control in this contest, and it pays off with the first Shido going to Ben Ahmed. Oh, Tominagi following it through into the Niwaza, looking for the opportunity down there, trying to get that arm lock out. Ben Ahmed coming out the back end and now trying to rotate his opponent over. Real battle to get the controlling grip. Petrikov there, as you can see, with the left hand on his opponent's right sleeve now, controlling that down, using it to his advantage, to the frustration of the Tunisian. Ben Ahmed, as you can see, with the right hand coming up closer, creeping onto that shoulder, but leaves himself wide open for the Sienagi. Petrikov coming in, just not deep enough, but nevertheless a very strong attack, putting his opponent under a lot of pressure. So 1 minute remaining in the contest, no scores yet, but Ben Ahmed with a Shido, and he's now picking up his second Shido of this contest. One more would result in the hand sokimaki, a disqualification. And Petrikov there again with another drop. Very nicely executed, just didn't get that finish, and it's just his finishing touch at the end that's just missing at this moment. But Ben Ahmed needs to now start opening up, and this is where the opportunities might come more for Petrikov. As once more you see the Osotogari now following it into the Niwaza. The arm lock is there for us to see, but can he execute it? Needs to tidy up the legs, those knees are too far apart. Not enough pressure on the arm. Right from the beginning, Petrikov dominating this contest.
Yep.
Combination there, the drop Sienagi once more, just piling on the pressure.
Nice combination to finish off, wasn't it?
Well, 14 seconds remaining in this contest. It doesn't look like that will change too much.
Nice sharp finish from Petrikov.
Well, he started he warmed up very nicely in this contest, and he was steady progressing to this win. So, a great win for Petrikov that goes through to the next round. And there's the highlights of that very match. Always in control, even down to engaging into the Niwaza. He was always looking for the next step. Nicely done.
On the mat now, Alberto Gaitero of Spain faces Kevin Azema of France. It's Gaitero in the white judogi, Azema in blue.
Well, we saw Azema earlier on with Mogopa. Earlier on, he fought very well in that first set, so he's already had one match under his belt, that warm-up, which is so important, and to let you know how your day's going to go. But Guerrero of Spain, this is his first match of the competition. Sutemi was their attempt from Azema, just on the edge of the contest area. He looked to be under a little bit of pressure when he executed that attack. I think so much it was a setup. And Guerrero, as you can see now, piling the pressure on in the ground. Slightly dominating this match. Well, just under 2 minutes remaining in this contest. Very close match, but Guerrero looking the stronger of the two, or more engaging, I would say. Azema, as you can see, trying to control the sleeves, but nothing else. As well as keeping that sleeve that he feels that he needs to stay safe. Throwing the arm over the back, but Guerrero attempting a Sutemi waza. Wasn't convincing enough for me, but got to be careful, especially on the edge of the contest areas, if it's perceived as pressure rather than the initiation of an attack. Guerrero now looking for an opportunity in the ground. He's trying to rotate his opponent over. He does so. He's got that hand, as you can see, for the arm lock. He's allowed it to slip out. Released it a little bit too early. Now needs to tie up the upper part of his opponent's body, controlling the head, before starting to engage, taking the leg out. Now, it just doesn't look like he's got that opportunity. He looks up at the scoreboard and the time that's left, and as you can see, it's 47 seconds remaining in this contest. No score, but no penalties either.
There's a tricky one that you've got to look out for in the 60 and 66 kilo categories. You've got Guma Kyrgyzbayev on the mat now, down on mat number 1, and waiting to come on in the under 60 kilo categories. Guzman Kyrgyzbayev. So just be
Guma and Guzman.
Guma and Guzman. Yeah.
They don't make it easy, do they?
Yeah. Well, these I've come across these twins, and their names. The surname is Myers, which is nice and easy. But they are identical twins, and their names are Dinel and Danel.
Oh, goodness me.
There's a single letter. And it's the same with Hussein and Hassan. Hussein and Hassan, Karl Musayev. One's in the 81 and one's in 90. The only other thing about these twins, Dinel and Danel, is that they're going to be exactly the same weight. So really tricky. At least you've got 66 and 60 here, on mat 1. And with the Karl Musayev twins, who are also identical, one's 81, one's 90. It's very tricky.
That will keep us on our toes, if anything. Well, we're into the golden score now, and no penalties, but no scores yet. A little bit of an attempt of a Sutemi was, but I'm not quite sure what
Wasn't
he
the
was
best,
trying
was
to
it?
attempt there.
I've seen better.
It looked like it wasn't. I couldn't work that one out. Possibly the Yoko Tomanagi, possibly.
Just didn't get the foot up there.
Just didn't get his leg
Yeah.
up. That was the problem.
Moving on.
That's Mia now trying to work his magic in Niwaza, but no magic is happening down there at all. But as the battle continues, it's really difficult to say which way this contest is going to go. Azima looks to have a little bit more life now in this golden score than what he did in the previous 4 minutes. Is he hoping to steal this in the golden score? Well, he's looking more positive out there than Guerrero did. But as you can see, that left hand high up onto the collar, drawing his opponent down.
We saw Azima early on this morning. That was our opening contest, wasn't it?
Yes,
With
that was.
The young man from Botswana.
Botswana, yeah. It was a good match
was
as
all
well.
right,
It was a
yeah.
very good warm-up.
He did, gave a good account of himself, is what you said at the time. His president, Jafta, I think it is, will be pleased with that performance. Albeit that he ended up on the losing side.
Yes. And oh yes. Well, it was one of those situations that it was an attempt of a counter, but he landed flat on his back. And the penalty for it. Well, it was Guerrero that actually executed the attack.
She's already indicated a score for white, just quietly. She's pointed over there, because I think she's right here, because
The shoulder goes down.
Blue doesn't attack.
No, he doesn't attack.
So it's not a counter.
But he does land first, flat on his back.
But there's no counter. In the event of an attempted counter,
Yeah.
who lands first on his back will not score, but he's not countering anything.
No.
So this is a direct attack. Look, direct attack. He misses like
Yes,
it's
it
almost
is.
Uranagi. Direct attack. That's a score for white.
Yes, definitely.
And if I get this right, I want a badge.
Give me a badge. Give me a badge. Just give him
Oh,
a badge.
Huh? Right. So I'd like the explanation for that.
Right. So now that he's got a bee in his bonnet, he's going to go off and speak to the referees and find out. But for me, it was he landed on his own back. There was no score. It was a direct attack, but the landing was Guerrero first. But we'll have a full explanation of that. Now Guerrero, as you can see, with that that left hand, and counters his opponent. Well, there is a score, and Guerrero Alexa Wazari, and a place in the next round. So he might not have got it the first time, but he definitely got it there in that one. So now Mr. Sheldon will come back and explain what the...
I haven't been up there for to get the explanation yet, but what we do know is that I haven't got a badge.
Yeah,
but Gaetero Martin has scored in any case, yeah?
Yes.
He's come up with a score.
Oh, he's come up now. He's got a score, and it was a very good score. He's taken him into the next round. So,
but it was a different score, yeah?
Yes, a different one.
Oh, okay, right.
Different one. It hasn't been put back on. That last one has been and gone. It was a Kosota, lovely attack there,
okay,
and takes him through to the next. So, were you any closer to knowing about the previous one, where it was the...
No, and the reason for that is
counter.
that they were so quick and so clear about it that they must have the explanation, which for me, it's going to make no difference me going over there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait.
Yes. I believe you believe one way and I believe the other. I believe that he landed on his back. Gaetero landed first.
He did.
So
He lands on his back, bringing his opponent down, but from a direct attack.
yes.
Now,
here we have it.
Right. Now,
he did land on his shoulder there. He caught him over the
but there
top.
must be some attack. There must be some attack from Blue. That's the only reason they're going to cancel this. Does Blue attack in any way?
He comes over
he comes
for
to
a
the
Makikomi.
Okay, end of story.
And if he only twisted slightly, he could have actually got the score himself.
So what they've said is he's countering the Makikomi, and that's absolutely correct decision. He's countering the Makikomi. He cannot use his own landing to affect the attack. That's the explanation that they gave. But just that arm going over.
Yes, it was a strong enough attack, and obviously under pressure. As you can see with Blue, he came in for the Makikomi, he executed the first initial engagement, but under pressure let go of the grip, which meant that it had more leverage for Gaetero to counter. Well, very interesting sort of debate that's most probably going to wander around there, but it would be interesting to see if there was any other gap. But nevertheless, a great match. Eldrizi of USA in the white, and he's up against Kazakhstan. Serikas Hanov in blue. So Serikas Sariksanov, they're looked quite strong in the Niwaza, very positive to start. And Rizi, as you can see there, with the right hand on his opponent's left lapel, controlling there, and his left hand controlling his opponent's right sleeve, drawing the head down, trying to bring him into a strong position for as you can see it there, the Yoko Tomonagi. Didn't really get the finish of the upper body control, but you could see him setting up the attack quite nicely there. Sariksanov there, as you can see, with the Tominagi once more as well. He's attempting to try and draw his opponent, lure him into the Niwaza. The American trying to get past those legs. Looking for the Shimiwaza. I'm not quite sure from that angle whether it was anywhere close of being a Shimiwaza, but obviously the referee could see and had the better angle. Still a lot of action going on as steps across there for the Tayatoshi, very low and powerfully done as well. Scoring a Wazari and now putting himself in the lead with just seconds. The timing couldn't have been more perfect for that. And as you can see, the American being very upset with that really lack of concentration for that split second that has cost him a place in the third round. Sariksanov there goes through to the next round. So now we're back to the 48 kilo category, second round. Young of Korea in the white. Tanaki representing Japan in the blue. Well, both these ladies had a first rounds that were quite outstanding. Very strong. I should say Tanaki was a very convincing win against Stanga of Slovenia. This is Young's first match of the day, number 1 seed, the 48s.
Young is a really busy fighter. Going to make sure that Tanaka is has got her hands full here. Keeping her really busy. Well, as Loretta was saying, this is now the second round in the under 48 kilo category. 2 rounds, quarter-final, semi-final, final. So this for a place in the first of the quarter-finals then. easily avoided there by Tanaka. Just moved around to her left, felt that coming, moved around to her left, and there was a space into which Jeong fell. The danger for Tanaka is that in getting used to Jeong and the different looks that Jeong gives her, she's just going to fall off the pace a little bit. So she's just got to be careful not to fall behind in attacks. Just as she's doing here, just be that little bit busy and more aggressive. Look like the aggressor and ensure that she avoids picking up a penalty for passivity. Into golden score. Nice clear scoreboard as far as the penalties are concerned anyway. Be nice to have a score up there, so whomsoever scores first will win. And just to remind you of the recent rule change, only a positive score can end the contest. In golden score, however, the contest can end with Hansokumake, but not on a single or two shidos. So if Tanaka or Jeong were to pick up a shido, the contest would continue. Only a positive score or Hansokumake will end the contest. About 2 minutes of golden score already. But it's a good contest. It's nice and tight. Both fighters looking positive, searching for a score. The defences are strong. You'd expect that from Jeong Bo Kyung, the Olympic silver medalist. Tanaka Mei is new to the international scene, but she's well schooled. She's come in well prepared. That's a good strong effort from Jeong. She's been countered there, however, and that was a loose effort with one hand. She didn't have the power to fight it off. She came in with a loose effort, did Jeong, and paid the price there. You'll see that in the replay. The number 1 seed out then, not just out in that contest, but out of the competition, knocked out in the second round. It's Tanaka Mei of Japan who goes through. Why would you let go of the left hand? That's the power. You need that for pulling your opponent here. Really need to be pulling there. Your left hand comes off. There's nothing left. You're actually defending against the leg now. She must have felt that she didn't have sufficient of a strong enough position on the leg, and decided to bail out of it. And when she bailed, it was too late. It was gone. Diora Kelidarova of Uzbekistan faces Cinta Garcia of Spain. It's Kelidarova in the white judogi, Garcia in blue. Little Yoko Tomoinagi effort there from Kelidarova, but Garcia manages to block that fairly easily. Well, Wazari was the score. They may want to have a look at this because of the attempted bridge, or it could be just the landing was deemed good enough for the Ippon. Ippon it was that was given. Kelidarova into the first of the quarterfinals. She'll face Tanaka Mei of Japan. On the mat now, Monica Ungaranu of Romania. She's up against Mallory Mercadier of France. It's Ungaranu in the white judogi, Mercadier in blue. Oh, maybe they just want to have a look at that last effort there. The referee had a good long look at it herself and decided against the score. Right, so they've decided that it's Hansokomake for Kawazugake. Now, you can entangle the leg to a degree and in your effort to throw with Uchimata. But at that point, then you've got to let the leg go. If you hook in for Ojigari and you just stay there, but you're not trying to throw, you're just staying there, they're called mate and you get Shido. If you hook the leg in and then you try to throw, then you're going to get Hansokomake. And she attempted to throw with the leg entangled. That's dangerous, and that was Hansokomake. Right, Alexandra Pop of Romania faces Kimberly Rennicks of Great Britain. It's Pop in the white judogi, Rennicks in blue, and Loretta Cusack-Doyle was talking about Alexandra Pop this morning, saying that she might be a dangerous one. Well, here she is against Kimberly Rennicks. So it's the British girl who's got her hands full at the moment. Pop in the white judogi, Rennicks in blue. Well, she managed to get quite a strong grip there, Rennicks, but it wasn't able to take advantage of it. She had the right arm up and around the collar there, and normally that suggests that you've got some degree of control, but couldn't come up with a technique, and we continue inside the halfway mark then.
It looks like Rennicks is struggling a little bit. Koshiguruma there from Pop, nicely executed, scoring the ippon. But Pop's not letting her go until she knows it's been finalised. And yeah, the ippon was given. But full credit to Alexandra Pop. She kept the osakomi because she obviously had a good opportunity to finish it in Niwaza and wasn't going to let it go until the referee had completely confirmed that it was an ippon she was gaining from that last throw. So obviously Kimberly looking A little bit disappointed there.
Yeah, she needed another round to continue in the competition. She won this one, then the quarterfinal allows you that
Yes.
another contest. Here's another look at it.
Yeah, because she tried to stop it by bridging as well. Here we have it again once more. Nice and deep. The hand to try and break it. The foot tried to stop it from rolling. But I don't know. I think it was one of those 50-50. I would have... Not being a referee, but I would have called it a Wazari. I feel that maybe, but I'm not a referee, and you could look at it in different ways, that the foot was there to bridge it, to stop it from going on the back, and the hand going down to break it. So there could be elements of that.
On mat number 2 now, round 2 of the under 60 kilo category, Guzman Kyrgyzbayev of Kazakhstan. We were talking about Kyrgyzbayev. This is Kyrgyzbayev number 1.
Yes.
I think he's up against Albert Mongush of Russia. It's Kyrgyzbayev in the white judogi, Mongush in blue. Mongush has already picked up a single shido. We've got a little over 3 minutes left to go. Round 2 of the under 60 kilo category. It's the first contest for Kyrgyzbayev, who happens to be the number 1 seed.
Yes, he's the number 1 seed in the under 60s. 31 athletes participating in this weight category. Mongush defeated Diaz Lopez in the first round, and that was a really interesting match. It was very exciting, but Mongush was he was the one who dominated it all the way. Very, very strong athlete. Quite an open fighter as well. Creates a lot of opportunities for himself. As we said though, Kyrgyzbayev, number 1 seed. There's the Koichi looking in there for the Koichi Gak. Didn't get the full leverage in and the direction to get the score, but Mongush under a slight pressure there, falls to the ground to avoid any attack, but picks up a shido, which is the second one now. This is a lot of pressure on Mongush. One more would result in the Hansokimaki disqualification. Kyrgyzbayev trying to get that arm over the top. Hooking in with the Uchimata. Still really hasn't settled in yet. Mongush making it very difficult for him. Kyrgyzbayev once more throws that right hand deep over, and there's the attack from Mongush. This has started to become a very exciting match indeed, but Mongush really has to engage more in this contest. One more shido would find him out of the competition. Kosota, lovely execution of a technique, caught the head as well as he was going over, and scores a Wazari. Now that puts a lot of pressure on the number 1 seed. We have just a minute remaining in this contest. Well, there you have the counter from Kyrgyzbayev. Still looking to try and control this contest. Hasn't done it so far. As it comes around the waist, trying to get that leverage to lift him over, and does so. Scoring a Wazari, so this evens it all up. Well, this has now turned it around. And Mongush, as you can see, looking a little bit tired now, and I'm not surprised. He's done a lot of work. He's been under a lot of pressure. Oh, Mongush, a real gutsy fighter, but he's up against as if you can see there, he's got that sleeve, he's come over the top, he's drawing his opponent's head down. Mongush finding himself a little restricted there. We saw the Kosota before, and he caught the head quite nicely, Mongush did, and scoring a Wazari that was nicely executed and put him in the lead for all of about 30 seconds. Now we have the golden score, so for Mongush it's an engagement in this contest all the way, can't afford another penalty. Oh, and a lovely attack again, the same style. The Kosota, this time he didn't have that head control. Kyrgyzbayev, as you can see, is trying to get round the back, round. Oh, lovely technique there. That was a nice finish. Well, there's no arguments with that. Another Wazari, meaning Wazari Iseti upon, and the win going to Kyrgyzbayev. Well, that was quite an exciting match, really, that was. And full credit to Mongush, who gave 100% out there.
And it just looks, it looked to me as though he was beginning to tire.
Well, he was under a lot of pressure right from the beginning against this number 1 seed. Kyrgyzbayev is not an easy round to have. But Mongush gave a good account of himself. He'll be very pleased with that performance. I'm sure his coach will as well. But there you have it. There was the first attack. First Wazari, the Kosota, magnificent. Oh, and also could have been a serious injury for Kyrgyzbayev. As you can see, his arm was left behind, catching that shoulder. But Kyrgyzbayev catching the lift under the centre of gravity of his opponent, taking him back, scoring. And there you have it, the rotation, pure upper body control. Good head movement, following through for Ippon.
On the mat now, Joris Verstraeten of Belgium faces Monayam Medjri of Tunisia. It's Verstraeten in the white judogi, Medjri in blue. Medjri gave the crowd a little bit something to shout about this morning.
Yeah, one of the first Tunisians to go through to the next round, and a very impressive round as well against Lesyuk of Ukraine.
Yeah, that's right. He kind of ambushed him, didn't he?
He did, right near the end. It was a little bit of shock written all over his face, and he's most probably still sitting in the crowd somewhere, stunned on that performance. But Verstraeten, there's the drop Sianagi, didn't really have any upper body control on his opponent. Left himself a bit hanging there in the Niwaza. And sadly the Tunisian didn't capitalise in going into the ground. Obviously doesn't feel that That's his strongest point. Yoko Tominagi there from Verstraeten. Now looking for the arm lock. Bridging on that arm, as you can see there, looking uncomfortable, but not effective enough. He's got a bit of a bust lip there, so obviously seeking medical attention. Well, 31 athletes participating in the under 60 kilo division for men. In total about 335 athletes participating over 3 days.
How many?
So about 335.
Oh.
It's a great turnout, isn't
That's
it?
pretty good.
The first tournaments. And already we've seen some very close fought matches. Well, about 18 months before the Olympic Games. Well, it's not far off now, isn't it? It's in their sights, and qualifications for the Olympics. So now all the homework, pre-qualification's been done. Now it's about sealing their places at those Olympic Games for some. Seems to be having a bit of trouble stopping the blood. It's taken a little bit longer than expected to tidy up, but there you can see some highlights of that previous match that was very exciting. Here we have them back again now. There's Stratton. Back into the swing of things, as you can see, using his ashiwazas. Very strong, drops Yanagi, nice combination. And balancing his opponent. Mejuri of Tunisia just picking up the first Shido. Verstraeten in Cancun last year, picked up a bronze medal in the Grand Prix. He's had quite a successful junior career. One of the young up-and-coming young men from Belgium. His goals high in this tournament, as they all do, hoping for a medal here today. Well, Marjorie really just struggling a little bit, can't seem to get in first. Verstraeten just hitting him to the post every time with the drop Sianagis, and picks up his second Shido, so that'll pile some extra pressure on him. This young man, junior African champion back in 2016, and African cadet champion in 2015, still a young athlete with a lot of experience to gain at this senior event. Has the advantage of those long limbs and is now taking full advantage of that as the arm, left arm comes over the top, hooks in with the Uchimata, draws his opponent down onto his knees. First time that Verstraeten has looked under pressure. Well, the crowd behind the Tunisian. As we go now into golden score. Temiwaza drawing his opponent down into the ground. Stratton didn't really capitalise by drawing his opponent down into the Niwaza, just left himself hanging down there and could have done a little bit more in preparation. Especially in the golden score, you can't afford, but there another Temiwaza dropping his opponent down. No finish to the end of it, but as we said, Nejeri has already picked up 2 Shidos, and one more would result in a Hansokumaki. Verstraeten knows that, so tactically his ploy is just to keep busy, making his opponent look very passive. And nice attack there, though. He drops under his opponent. Nejeri trying to look for an opportunity in the ground, but nothing available for him. Once more, Temiwaza, this time better controlled, drawing his opponent between the legs, working to turn him over. But I think the ploy now for this young man from Belgium is just to make his opponent look passive and to pick up that third and final Shido. And I think he's done the job. And both athletes asked to tidy themselves up, which normally results in a penalty being awarded in the contest finishing. Well, let's see if that happens. Well, there was quite a few attacks there from Verstraeten, which did make Nejeri look passive, and he picks up the third and final Shido. Verstraeten goes through to the next round, third round of the under 60 kilo category. And he'll be up at Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, the number 1 seed, a little bit later on.
Right, on mat 2 now, Walid Kaya of France faces Jaffi Mohamed of Morocco. It's Kaya in the white judogi, Jaffi in blue.
Oh, lovely entry there, straight out. Well, full credit to Jaffi. We saw that in his earlier match. He was very, very sharp. His reactions in the opening minute of his contest. Well, Kaya, as we know, can be a little bit temperamental out there when he doesn't get his own way. So can he just compose himself nicely? Well, he's having a bit of a hard time here with Jaffi. He's not really getting his own way in this first minute. Well, and there again, Jaffi all over him. He's really putting in a great performance here in this contest. Kaya coming over the top now, trying to clamp him down and control the pace that Jaffi is working with. Kaya's in first gear and Jaffe's gone right up to fourth. So it's hard to keep up with them. And it's not something that Kaya is comfortable with, as you can see. Kaya picking up the first Shido for grabbing the leg. Like I say, he's under a lot of pressure and really needs to just clamp down Jaffi. Cannot work from that pace. Lost an opportunity there for the Ashiwaza, the Ashibare, as he side skipped. Didn't see that there, but Jaffi now picking up his first Shido, so it's one apiece. But still in the driving seat, still controlling. He's Wazari up. and but it's a long way to go. It's just quite a tiring. So Jaffe picks up the second one, skipping at the edge of the mat, playing a very dangerous game, and now it's the
He got lucky there.
Kaya.
Yeah.
Two apiece. So one more that will be handed out will cost the match for either one of these athletes.
See, he didn't push him there.
No, he didn't.
He would have backed him up before, but he just got the penalty for pushing out. So you thought, well, hang on a minute. Yeah, I get another penalty. I'm finished here. Walid. So you did. No, I'm not going to do it.
Well, they're playing a very dangerous
yeah.
game right now, being on the edge of the mat. And Jaffe just seems to... He had it all right in the first minute and a half. He seems to be letting it slip away from him now. Kaya knows it, and he's now accelerating under the pressure. That's the third and final. Oh, no, it's the
second.
second
They took the other one away. You're right. Yeah. They had
so
one
he's very, very
previously.
lucky man, because otherwise it would have been all over and done with by now. But Jaffe has allowed Kaya to come now into control. You can see that right hand high on the collar, which is clamping down Jaffe, slowing him down. A better pace for Kaya, who comes in the drop Sienagi and lovely score.
That side.
And that's...
Just when he was asked to step up a gear.
Well, this has turned out to be a very exciting match indeed. 2 Shidos apiece, 2 Wazares, 1 apiece. Jaffe is slowed down slightly. Well, I'm not surprised. I was exhausted just watching him.
Yeah.
The first minute and a half, he gave 110%, didn't he? And I think it's now started to cost him the second part of this contest as he's slowed down. Again, a not very wise attack. He came round the back. Kaya tried to capitalise on it, but had nothing to do with it other than smile about it. But will the referee obviously trying to get a confirmation of that, because he was on the other side, so wouldn't have got a good view of what went on there. Well, 48 seconds remaining. Will they give the score to Kaya? Nope. Wasn't worthy of the Wazari. Jaffe set up the attack. Poorly judged. But didn't deserve to lose the contest at that stage. Well, once more he's battling on the edge of that contest area, playing a very dangerous line, and really needs to start staying in the centre and coming back and doing what he did in the first minute and a half in this contest, and is taking control. But he just seems to have lost the energy and the control and desire. So there it goes, the third and final Shido, with the last 20 seconds remaining in the contest, goes to Jaffe, and the win goes to Kaya, and a place in the third round of the men's 60 kilos. Well, it was a really exciting match, that was. Jaffe looked as if he had it all and that it was going to be his day, but sadly I think he just didn't pace himself well enough. He went from first to fourth gear, and he should have just built it up slowly. There you have the highlights, some very interesting judo indeed, some lovely scores, falling over the back there of that drop Sienagi. Well, Kaya's having a good day so far. Throws that arm over the top, as you can see, but he tried to get that score, but as you can see, it was just a poor judgment on Jaffe as he came round the back. Just didn't have enough leverage over the other side to get the lift and rotation for that counter.
Right, on the mat at the moment, Fraj Douibi of Tunisia faces Mianora Seiya of Japan, Duibi in the white judogi, Miyanohara in blue. You saw Miyanohara a little bit earlier, didn't you? You saw him in his opening contest.
And he was very impressive. He started off a little bit slow, and then after a while he warmed up quite nicely, and well, once more again, this Tunisian is giving a good account of himself out there. He's rising to the occasion on home grounds. So he tries to throw these, just trying to connect with that left-hander high on the collar. Miyanohara again starting off a very slow pace and just trying to, he's not rushing into anything, he's just trying to get control right now at this moment, which is a good thing, but it picks up a Shido apiece for both of them, because both athletes are just trying to get the kumikata. They're trying to dominate with the grips first. And you can totally understand that, because why throw something in if you don't have the control? You could end up going horribly wrong. But it's the time scale they've got to try and create something. And at this moment, both are battling away here just to get control. Lovely drop Seoinage, though, there from the Japanese. Right at that corner. Starting to warm up now, the Kochigari. Now we're seeing a flurry of attacks there that's piling a little bit of pressure on the Tunisian, who picks up the second Shido now. And a Shido apiece, well, she likes evening it all up, or...
She can do that. But they've decided
not to give them
not
that.
to do it, yeah.
Well, I thought it would have been a bit unfair, because there was a combination of two very nice attacks and very positive reaction from the Japanese. Miyanohara there, good strong grip, as you can see, the left hand on that lapel. Looking to control the sleeve, opening up, trying to break down the defenses of his opponent. Ashiwaza's then following through into the Niwaza, piling more and more pressure on the Tunisian. And goodness me, that match just seemed, those 4 minutes just flew past. Surprising how quickly it went. A lot of action. But Tunisian not in a very good position with the two Wazaris, with two Shidos already on the board. One more would result in the Hansokumaki, so he needs to come out fighting in this golden score with any chance of staying in the competition. Oh, but it's not looking like it, because there you have another wonderful attack for blue. So it looks like it's just a matter of a time. There's the Kochigari, another strong attack. One more, and I think that was one too many. And the Shido and the Hansokumaki is been awarded to the Tunisian Douabi. So a very interesting match, but it was only going one way. And Yanohara goes through to the next round, and that'll be a very interesting match indeed. This is one that's going to really challenge the Frenchman, Kaya.
Right, we've got the under 52 kilo category coming up now. Don't get too excited, Loretta. You're not going to be asked to go on the mat.
No, definitely not. I wouldn't even want to attempt it. Have you seen how scary those women are?
Distria Krasniki, the number 1 seed, faces Amani Ganouini of Tunisia. Krasniki in the white judogi. Ganouni in blue. And she scores quickly, does Krasniki. Wazari with that little ashiwaza.
Oh, some lovely niwaza going on there, and she did very well to slip out of that. It looked like it was all over and done with. Looking a little bit dazed though, the Tunisian. She staggers up to her feet. Krasniki, the number 1 seed. Krasniki there, as you can see, that right hand high on the collar. Well, she's a little beast out there, isn't she, really? She's not given an inch. Oh, a lovely drive off to the side there. She comes straight into the niwaza, working her way for the shimiwaza, but I think it could be close to the chin, and otherwise, if that was on the neck, it would have been over and done with. Well, Amani there looks very stunned. She was right from the beginning when Krasniki hit her with the first couple of attacks and then caught her in the niwaza. Krasniki there around the back there, steps across again once more. She's determined to get her in that niwaza. No resting up as she comes through, wraps the belt around the waist, bringing in the waistline for about 3 inches as she does so. Comes over, secures the osakomi. Well, that young lady's going nowhere. The osakomi is on. Referee taking a little bit longer to call it, but as you can see, that arm is very effective around the waist, that belt grip. First saw that very technique from Pinewood Judo Club.
That's
Nicola Fairbrother and all those young ladies in their days called it the wrap. And if you wanted to reduce your waistline by 3 inches, you did that. Not very comfortable.
Don Werner was the instigator of that.
Yes, these little girlies.
Yeah. Saw that in his club and said, right, you're all going to do that now.
Well, he used to drill. When he had an idea of something, he drilled
Everybody
it and drilled
got it.
until it was like second nature and like walking and talking. That was his philosophy about everything. It was just you keep practicing it until you don't have to think about it anymore. Oh, lovely attack there with the ashiwaza, following it through. She was determined to get into that niwaza.
Right, we got coming up next Anja Stanger of Slovenia. She faces Busra Ozdek of Turkey. It's Stanger in the white judogi, Ozdek in blue.
Well, as you can see, Stango straight away with a very strong right hand high collar grip, drawing his opponent down into the Niwaza. Now looking to try and create something there. Ozdek a little bit lost for a comeback on that. Looking slightly apprehensive as well. And Stanger once more coming round the head this time with the Sangaku turnover. Again, not letting up at all, looking for that opportunity. I suppose that much more easier work being done into the ground than having to stand up and try and throw somebody. First try and get hold of them. That's the thing with some of these ladies. They're very, very strong indeed. Well, Stango looking very positive out there, controlling this contest right from the beginning. And Ozdek drops the Inagi though, lovely attack. Breaking her opponent's balance, came right over there. There was a great opportunity for this young lady from Turkey. And another drops the Inagi, but this time for the Slovenian, who once more comes on top and tries to create an opportunity down there for herself. Coming over the head, she's got that arm as she tries to lever it over to the opposite side. Trying to capture it. And coming over the Osakomi. She swings the leg over the top, she secures the hold down. A very effective hold down indeed. Needs to sit back up onto the head slightly.
Yeah, she just, too straightened up there at the wrong angle.
She overstretched herself forward instead of coming back high. And that's a turnover that, for the hold down, you have to be, unless you're going for the arm lock, it's the hold that has to be sat up high. So you bridge back into your opponent rather than actually stretch yourself out. You stretch out if you're looking for the arm lock.
Yeah, the flatter you go, the less control that you've got, because you've got less weight on top of them. Yeah.
And as soon as the head has got more space, then there's an opportunity for their opponent to escape. Tomanagi attempt there from Stanger, who now tries to turn her over from there. Needs a bit more leverage on that leg, powered over. A good awareness in the Niwaza, very comfortable the Slovenian is down there, but it's no surprise, the Slovenians are very good in their Niwaza, and the Tachiwaza transition into Niwaza is superb. They do a lot of drilling down there, and over the years it's been very successful for quite a few of the Slovenian team. Well, Ozdek starting to look a little bit tired. That attack there, although it was positive, was very weak, and has again once more put us on the receiving end of some Niwaza there. And it's not a safe position to be in with the Slovenian, who's very comfortable. Well, with 9 seconds remaining in this contest, no score, only one Shido on the board. And that goes to Ozdek. 4 minutes, and it's been a real battle for this young lady from Turkey. She's really been on the receiving end of most of the work that's been put out here. Well, Stanga, as we know with all the Slovenian ladies, very, very strong, but also very fit. The condition, you can never fault them, but that's a lovely drop. Sianagi there from Ozdek. Broke the balance of the Slovenian. She just needed to be a little bit deeper and she could have had that score. So it's not over and done with for Ozdek. She's still in there as a contender. A real determination to see this one through and get through to the next round has got to be admired, but she is up against a stronger opponent. The Koichigari stumbling Ozdek to the ground and again putting her in a difficult situation in the ground. The wrap over once more, as we've seen earlier on. Just needs to take her leg back over, catch the head, and there needs to turn it a little bit more, sit up, twist the feet forward. She doesn't have the secure of the hold down as yet, but the Osakomi is there now. The referee's called it. She's got the control of the waist, but doesn't have the control of the head. But she held her long enough to get the Wazari, which means in the golden score, the win and a place in the next round. Well, as we predicted, Stanga was the stronger of two, but Ozdek gave a very good account of herself. Great performance for this young lady. Well, they took it off. Goodness me. So it wasn't enough to secure the hold. It wasn't on long enough to get the Wazari. So still we're in the golden score. A minute and a half. So these young ladies are battling away for 5.5 minutes now in total. Good flurry of Ashiwazas there. Stanga looking for again to try and create something down in the Niwaza. But Ozdek fully aware that her strengths are not in her Niwaza. And bounces back up onto her feet to avoid any uncomfortable situations. Stanga again with that very strong right hand high collar grip, drawing her opponent's head down. A lovely attack there from Ozdek. The Kosota didn't just have enough leverage on it, but then put herself once more in a very difficult situation. And the Osakomi is on now and secured very tightly, and it's looking very unlikely that Ozdek will get out of it this time. So there's the win. Stanga goes through to the next round, and she'll be up against the winner of the next match that will be coming up very shortly. And there's the highlights of that very match. And now we come up to a very interesting match indeed. In the white gi representing France, Neto, and representing Russia in the blue, Pavlova. Well, Palova in the first round defeated Silva Tamara of Switzerland and did that very convincingly. So she's had a great first match under her belt, which is always a great warm-up to have. Unlike Neto, who this is her first match of the day. She had a bye in the first round. So you never know how your day's going to go until you have that first match out of the way. And sometimes you can be feeling good, but if you start off very slow, then it can be a bit alarming for an athlete. And that sort of self-doubt starts to come in. So the first round is always a good indication for any individual to know how it's all going to pan out for them. Well, as you can see, Neto taking her time a little bit. Not rushing into anything just yet. Most important part for her is just to try and control, take her time, get the strong grip before she can execute her judo. She's a lovely upright athlete, very strong posture. Oozes confidence when she's out there on the mat and demands a lot of respect, which can be a little bit unsettling for our opponents. That sort of little bit of arrogance out there that's not demeaning, but just very positive in the way she approaches this and every other contest that she has. Pavlova seems to be exerting herself a little bit more than Neto, which sometimes is not always a good thing, because a match can be, if it goes into golden score, can be any time, but at least the 4 minutes you've got to last and be able to deal with the pace of contest that you start off with. And we've seen that in previous matches already, that some have gone out in the fourth gear and missing out first, second and third, and it's they've just hit the wall when it really did matter. So just under a minute and a half remaining in this contest. Pavlova with a Shido. Neto, as you can see, always advancing forward against her opponent, looking to engage and take control. Doesn't get there, but her body language shows that she's the one that really wants to engage here. And I think if we're going into the golden score, the person that's going to have the most energy going into that golden score will be Neto. So 10 seconds remaining, and it's looking more and more like, well, right in the last 7 seconds, Neto pulls it out of the bag with a Wazari, and the seconds tick down and a win with really very little acceleration at all. She just oozed confidence in that match, and that confidence paid off and goes through to the third round of the under 52s.
Yeah, she's going to face Anja Stanger of Slovenia in that quarter-final.
And that'll be a very
Effectively,
interesting
yeah.
match, but two very different athletes in the way they take on a contest.
And I can give you that quarter-final lineup now. Distra Krasniki of Kosovo will face Anna Perez-Box. Anna Stanger of Slovenia will face Astrid Neto of France. Jessica Pereira, the number 2 seed, will face Chelsea Giles of Great Britain, and it'll be Irem Korkmaz of Turkey to face Kose Mahi of Japan. There you go. On the mat now, Kwon Yu-jong of the Republic of Korea faces Victoria Baidak of Russia. Kwon in the white judogi, Baidak in blue. We're looking at the number 1 seed here. She's taken over the number 1 spot for the Koreans in the under 57 kilo category from Kim Jun-di. But they look quite similar.
Well, this is the first match for both these athletes. Both had a bye in the first round. And Kwon, as you can see there, the number 1 seed, as Sheldon has said, not getting it all her own way at the beginning here.
Baidak also had a bye. Ooh, chance for the arm to come out here. Has to roll again to get in the right position.
She doesn't, at that angle, doesn't have that leverage on the arm. And Baidak was able to just home it in a little bit, just so that it would take the pressure off the joint. Oh, lovely Sianagi into the Siotoshi there. Stepped over the side there. Nice entry. Again, just looking for an opportunity down there, is creating something which looks very positive from this angle, and Baidak under a bit of pressure down there. Upper body control there. Kwon drops underneath once more, driving for that Sianagi. Well anticipated from the Russian. Avoids going over, using the feet to block the attack. Toshi very low there, but Kwon manages to get that control. Didn't get the finishing of it, but nevertheless a good attack, and once more piling a little bit more pressure on her opponent. Baidak picking up the first Shido now. With 21 seconds remaining in this contest, it's looking more and more like this will go to golden score. Badak, as you can see there with the left hand high on the collar, draws her opponent to knees. Now this is the first time the Russian has looked like she's had any opportunity of taking control in this contest. And now we're going to the golden score.
And just to make sure, they gave her a second gong.
Unless there was one at the other side. No, there
No,
was...
I had a quick look over there.
Oh,
and
did you? Right.
Miriam Roper and Loredana Ohai are still battling away. Roper leads by Wazari with a little over half a minute left to go, so they've still got some time left. Scoreboard operator was just a little bit keen there to get a second gong in.
Let me press it again. Let's hear it again. Gong time. Well, Kwan once more has good strong grips there, controlling her opponent. There's a flurry of attacks there of different directions. Just coming up to the first minute in golden score. Still neither one of them closer. But there's the second Shido for the Russian. One more would end the contest with the hand sokumaki.
Well, if neither of them are closer, Baidak has just moved a little bit further away.
Yes.
With that penalty. Made things a little bit more difficult for herself now. Can't afford another error. Keeping an eye out what's happening down on map number 1 as we go through, just see some of the matchups, whether we're interested in going down there yet, but we're okay for a while.
Well, this is still a very interesting battle that's going on. I really wouldn't want to write either one of them off, as you have a tendency, because of Kwan being the number 1 seed, to say that she will be the first past the post, but Baidak just now and again shows some real promise. There's the Sutemi Waza attempt, but leaves herself very vulnerable right now with the knee Waza as that foot starts to slip out. She's got the upper body control. She gets that foot out, it's all over and done with. And there you have it.
Just as you said that.
Well, it was a real error there from Baidak. She just left herself vulnerable. She attacked for the Sutemi Waza and then paused as if to say, you're going to come down and join me. And Kwan joined her and definitely finished her. So the number 1 seed goes through, but she had to work for that place. Wasn't all easy. And she'll be up against the winner of the next match coming up very shortly.
Kwon Yu-jong. She's not a finished article yet. I'm certain that the Koreans will be delighted if she can make her way up there. They had real hopes for Kim Jun-dee, but just, was there or thereabouts, but never really cracked it. Kim, maybe Kwon will do the business. Anyway, coming on to map number 2 now. Gofran Kelefi of Tunisia faces Soumia Iraoui of Morocco. It's Kelefi in the white judogi, Iraoui in blue.
Well, Iraoui, she had her first match was against the young lady from Dominican Republic, Rosa. She fought her extremely well to get herself into this second round. Kalefi of Tunisia, well, this is her first match, so she'll be a little bit cold coming out into this. Doesn't know really how her day's going to go.
Are you on this WhatsApp thing? Do you use that?
Yes.
Oh, okay then. Just wondering if I was the only one. But
You are the only one, I think.
I must be the only one.
You've
then.
been a stubborn fool.
Yeah. Well, Mark Pickering is going to sort it out for me, and then everybody will be able to WhatsApp me. I've held out for long enough. Single Shido against Irahui. 2.5 minutes left to go. Uchimata left-sided, and then a little Kouchi on the way down. Wasn't bad, was it?
Nice combination there. A good little flurry of attacks there for Iraq. So it's not very often you see a pair of shin pads, do you? Obviously a lady after my own heart. Keep the bruises away. But normally you have things like shin pads, and they always hit you when the shin pad isn't padded. So just ends up stopping the circulation of your legs. Well, Iraqi there has got a very strong right hand lapel grip there, as you can see. Works quite nicely. She's under her opponent, but she's getting her head dragged down. So there's a very nice strong grip there from the Tunisian, who's making her opponent look quite passive at this moment. Hasn't put an attack in where Iraqi has. So she's got to be careful. If she's going to hold on to that grip, she's got to use it. And at this moment, she looks very strong. She's upright. She's drawing the head in, but she's doing nothing else with it. And that needs to change. Well, I'm really surprised Iwakari gets the Shido, because even though her head was caught up in a very strong grip from the Tunisian, she was putting the attacks in. Maybe not strong, but she was actually attacking off it, even though she was in a very vulnerable situation. Well, there's the counter there waiting. Oh, and she plants her. Kalefi just waited and waited, and that's what she was waiting for.
Wow.
Well,
powerful, wasn't it?
Very, very powerful. She just totally dismissed her and planted her. And the ippon there goes to Kalefi, Tunisia, which should be a nice crowd pleaser. And here we have the highlights that she just lifted her, bounced her, and then planted her. Excellent. That very strong left hand high collar grip was controlling enough, control that head movement to stop the Makakomi, but then picked her up under the hips and bounced it. Lovely technique.
Right, still on mat number 2. We've stayed here all morning into the afternoon now. Margriet Bergstra of the Netherlands faces Sarah Sisk of France. Sarah Leonie Sisk, to give her a full name. But it's Bergstra in the white judogi, Sisk in blue.
Well, Sisk, they're looking very strong indeed. Nice grips. Very powerful looking young lady. Looking also very confident out there. The body language oozes confidence. And she's got control of that sleeve, throws the arm at the left hand high onto the collar, drawing her opponent down to her knees. An attempt of a Tomanagi there from Bergstra. So just halfway in this contest. But again, well, Bergstra trying to get that. Not quite sure what opening she has there. It looked too tight. Didn't seem to be much on offer in the Niwaza. Sisk, they're looking once again very confident, strong looking. She throws that left hand again once into the collar, trying to draw her opponent down. Needs to get the head down a little bit lower, otherwise she's overreaching as she attacks for the big Harai Osoto attempt there, but it was enough pressure to put a Shiro on the board there for the Dutch girl. Bergstra looking for the Ouchigari, getting those long legs through. Has the advantage of being slightly taller than her opponent, but it's not taking full advantage of that up until now. Just finding that her French opponent slightly more powerful in the grips and dominating the kumikata is the French athlete. She throws once more that very strong left hand high in the collar, drawing her down, the Osotogari. Again, another strong attack. So for Bergstra, it's that left hand that flies over the top there that is the bit that's causing the problems here, and it's a real danger for the Dutch athlete. Siziska, although has a very powerful grip, and that left hand that comes over that causes a few problems, really hasn't committed herself too much. She's got that left hand once more, draws the head down, the Ouchigari combination of the Uchimata, again landing on her face, didn't get the rotation. Playing a real safe game out here at this particular moment. Uchimata. Bertstra got the hop but didn't get the finish, and there you have the French coming through, trying to get the turnover in the Niwaza. Bertrand, as you can see, with that left hand on the lapel. Well, the second Shido has now been awarded to the Dutch athlete. Bertrand now puts her under a little bit more pressure. That left hand comes flying over the top again. Bertrand's head goes down, and she looks very uncomfortable indeed. And the little powerhouse of this French athlete seems to just battle along, playing in second gear, really hasn't had to accelerate too much, other than being very powerful with that left hand and just picking off her opponent under slight pressure. Zizik there, really battling away, looking to pile the pressure on Bergstra. Well, seeing Aggie there, this is the first time that we've seen Bergstra looking like she's in the driving seat. 3 minutes these ladies have been battling away in the golden score. A total of 7 minutes on this tatami. Now this will be a battle of condition and concentration. At any time neither one of those elements are lost, then it can cost the match for both these athletes. Well, it's looking like another Shido is going to be awarded, in the way they're fixing their gis. My gut feeling says Bergstra will pick up the third and final Shido for the Hansokumaki. Well, no, get it wrong. And I think rightly so, because Marguerite Bergstra is doing extremely well now. She's coming back into this golden score. Some glimmer of hope there. She does the Kosota, but under a lot of tightness, loses her footing, and there you have it. Zizik there takes a Wazari and a win in golden score after 3 minutes and 47 seconds of golden score. Goes through to the next round.
Well, coming on to mat number 2 now, Yaone Ecosaen of Spain faces Caitlin Nascimento of Brazil. Ecosaen in the white judogi, Nascimento in blue. Have we had a look at either of these two today? I can't remember now. It's in the under 57 kilo category. Ecosaen had a bye in the first round, and Nascimento overcame Nasira Jalassi.
Yeah, that was actually quite an interesting match, that was. With Jalassi. She gave a good account of herself there. Didn't make it easy for Nascimento. Well, an attempt there from Ekisoen. The Makakomi, very tall young lady. Those long limbs. We'll see if she can use them to her advantage. Uchimata, well, the techniques are right for those long legs to come in. Uchimata being one of them, leggy techniques. Didn't have the upper body power though. Legs came in quite fast. Just didn't have the upper body control.
In a couple of fights' time on mat number 1, we'll be getting the quarterfinals. So that's when we'll go down to mat number 1. We've got Daria Biladid and Amber Hershus going to go head to head. Then Marina Cherniak and Yulia Figueroa. Those are two top draw contests there, so we should have a look at those quarterfinals. Ekisoen through to the quarterfinal. I think I can tell you who she's going to face there. Yeah, it'll be who was it that won out over Marguerite Bergstra and Sarah Sisk, the French Sisk. It'll be Sisk to go against Ekisoen of Spain. There's your lineup.
That'll be an interesting match, because I don't think Sisk has actually been challenged yet and didn't really do too much in that first opening round. Very strong athlete, but
yeah, I think we've got more to come from her.
I think there's a lot more to see.
Yeah.
Well, I hope there is.
Right, Daniel Kagnin of Brazil, the number 1 seed, faces Fujisaka Taro of Japan. It's Kagnin in the white judogi, Fujisaka in blue. We'll stay here for 1 or 2 more contests, and then we'll wander down to see Biladid and Amber Hershus when that takes place. Biladid, the 17-year-old, already European champion, junior European champion, twice cadet European champion and world cadet champion. So she's collecting.
She's collecting a nice lot of medals under her belt, isn't she?
Yeah, I suppose the next step for her at 17 is to go to the juniors and do the junior world championships. That'll be the next thing. She's already won the junior European, so it's the junior worlds now. She's won the cadet world, so she's done the cadets. That's
Yes.
done.
So
See you, bye-bye. Juniors now.
Junior World Championships.
Junior world championships. And being the senior European champion, you know, can you imagine it? You've got
pressure.
come up, yeah.
Pressure.
You're the European champion and you go to fight the junior world. That's not bad.
In some cases, you feel that, like being a junior fighting a senior event, it's that attitude. Well, the expectations are not high.
Yeah.
So people are
It's
not expecting you
okay,
to
and
do
it's
well.
not
So
my
if you
category,
perform,
yeah.
it's good. And if I don't do it, then no
All well
one's
and
going to
good,
think. So she's only in there to upset everyone. And my
whereas it's
goodness,
the other way around.
she has upset. So being junior
Going to the worlds.
and going senior,
Yeah.
that's going to be hard for her because the pressure will and the expectations will be
Oh,
for
sorry.
her to
Yeah,
perform.
it's the other way around because she's the senior
Senior,
European
so everyone will be
champion
expecting her to
going
do
to
it
the
as a
junior worlds, and now they expect her to win it. Yeah.
Lot of it,
Yeah.
lot of pressure for a young lady, and it's a different world. Those juniors, some fantastic juniors we've got that have already shown their faces on the world circuit and senior level, and performed. So scary world out there.
Anyway, we've got a couple of fights before that comes up. Amber Precious, for her part, the Dutch girl, her opponent is no slouch either.
Well, Kagninin number 1 seed and Fujisaka. Well, Fujisaka's had a very impressive first round. Well, first 2 rounds, in fact. Defeated quite comfortably Sherzhan of Belarus. Started off a little bit slow. He was took his time, wasn't really going to be rushed in that first match.
Well, look at this. What a contest that will be when we get the former cadet world champion, Biladid, going up against the junior world champion, Amber Precious. Only thing is it's like playing cards. You play that one. Oh, that's a good card. I'll play this one. That's an even better one. But Biladid can come back and now play senior European champion card. Will be interesting.
2 very strong countries of judo as well, wouldn't you think? The Dutch have produced some fine athletes in that weight category.
Yeah.
Well, we're now into the golden score and no score at all yet. Very, very close match. 1 Shido to Daniel is all that's on that scoreboard. Well, a bit of a clash there, and both seem to be on the receiving end, one with a sore thumb and the other one with a sore mouth. So the one with the sore thumb is the one that's gone off.
Well, we're into golden score. Kagnin in the number 1 seed, obviously having some kind of difficulty getting past
he's not been fired as far for the number 1 seed. I don't think he's been firing on all cylinders, to be honest. Domens from Turkey gave him a good bit of a run for his money in the first round, and he didn't look that sharp, I must admit. I think, like we were saying about expectations, when someone's the number 1 seed, you expect them to come out showing the caliber of athlete they truly are. But he's been a little bit flat for me today. And here you have him on the receiving end of a Jujikatami here. There's the arm lock that's gone in, and he's really bracing on that.
Fujisaka is down there at number 73 on the world ranking list. That's where he is at the moment.
And Cognian, where is he?
Yeah, just going to
interesting to see where he's seated.
Go back and see where the Brazilian is, Daniel Cognin. Number 18. So good, nice big gap there.
A bit of a difference, isn't there, in the world ranking?
Not showing here though.
Definitely not. Well,
very evenly matched.
well, the battle continues here, but like we said, it's very evenly matched here. Fujisaka coming in with the Uchimata, determined to get through. Well, there's the Shido, and the second one going to the Brazilian, so that's more or less telling you what's happening here in the eyes of the referee. And in golden score, it's not a good position to be in now. One more would result in the hand Sokimaki. Fujisaka, no Shidos at all. And good control with the feet there from Kaginian. Doing really well. He throws the arm over the top there, trying to get under his opponent. Oh, he looks tired. Cagnian starting to tire quite considerably there, and it's not as explosive as he's shown in the past. Very, very flat.
Oops.
On the third and final Shido. And the number 1 seed goes out.
It's not the first number 1 to tumble today.
The 73 seed.
Yeah. Right, let's go down to mat number 1. For the first time today, we're going to
Is it really?
move down there because we've got the quarterfinals coming up shortly. At the moment, however, we've got Mohamed Abdel Magoud of Egypt. He's up against Gumar Kyrgyzbayev of Kazakhstan. The situation in the contest is as follows. Abdel Magoud scored Wazari quite early on and has since collected 2 Shidos. There are 14 seconds left to go. Kyrgyzbayev is going like a train at him, trying to get the the score back. But I think this is the second time that Abdel Magoud has had to leave the tatami for a blood injury. I think it is. Anyway, he's off the tatami now. There are 14 seconds left to go.
One more, one more Shido, and he could.
One more Shido and he's done. So what he can't do, what he can't do is to commit another error.
14 seconds, and Kugasbaya will be giving it 110% out there, won't he? He knows it's all or nothing, really.
Yeah. Final roll of the dice for the Kazakh here. Quarterfinals right across the board now. Well, it completely on map one. After this, it's all quarterfinals. We've still got Gregorian and Matteo on mat number 2, and we'll follow that with Hojaste, Petrikov, and then Gaitiro and Serekranov before Tanaka and Keldyarova come up with their quarterfinals. So 3 contests up there, and we're already just 14 seconds away from the quarterfinal. See, that was not, and he gets counted. Yeah, he throws in. Well, he went for it. Yeah,
he had to do it. Full credit to Kugasbaya.
Yeah,
he had to give it 100.
He
He went for it. It could have gone in his favour, but sadly today it didn't. But full credit to the man for giving 110 out there.
Yeah.
He could have just bowed his head and just thrown in the towel, but he didn't.
Launched himself at the Egyptian. However, he was quick enough to react. There's the reaction.
He just put his head in the wrong position. He actually, to get that lift, he turned his head the complete wrong way. Oh, just lost that connection with the leg as well. It was just, well, full credit to the man for trying.
Right, we shall see who is the more calm and poised out of this pair. Daria Biladid of the Ukraine in the white judogi faces Amber Hershus of the Netherlands in blue. See where this one's going to go.
Well, Biladid, as you can see, just trying to work her wee magic down in the Niwaza. She's trying to do the Sangaku turnover, succeeding with the turn. Now can she secure the hold down? And she has already done that as well. So I think that's more or less answered your question. And within seconds, within the first minute.
Yeah, the shoulder is completely trapped there. Look, see, the legs in a great shape.
Yeah.
Lovely shape of the legs there to
well, she made easy work of that, didn't she?
John Bell's not happy with the execution of the technique. He's saying that the arm wasn't trapped, but it's on our side and we can see it. It looks okay to me as far as the Sangaku is concerned.
And for the care system, they would have seen exactly the same.
They would have stopped it anyway.
Would have stopped.
It was 20 seconds or so coming. They had 20 seconds to look at it, and she wasn't moving, and it wasn't as though it was hidden. It was there,
it was
and
open. We
were talking about just how good it looked. On the other side from JP, so maybe he couldn't see it. Right, Marina Cherniak of Ukraine faces Yulia Figueroa of Spain. Daria Biladid has already taken her place in the first of the semi-finals. Is Cherniak going to go head-to-head with her again? Which we'll see. She's got to get past the very tricky and very difficult opponent in Yulia Figueroa.
Yeah, Figueroa, she's quite a strong big character out there, and and a lovely attack there, which Jaranak, the Uchimata, those long legs definitely came in handy. Scoring upon within the first 40 seconds of this contest. Wonderful display of judo there.
The next contest is called Leg 1, quarterfinal for men under 60 years. In one category, representing Slovenia, Matej Kos. In blue category, representing France, Vincent Monfils.
Well, here we have the Slovenian white Tobok up against Manquist of France in the blue. Slovenia white, France in the blue in the under 60 kilo category. Well, first opening 30 seconds of this contest, Manquist picks up his first Shido. Not a great start. And the second Shido, well, my goodness me, it's an acceleration of Shidos happening on this mat into the early start of the third minute, and 3 Shidos have been awarded, 2 to Manquist. 1 more for him would result the Hansokumaki. Tomonagi, their attempt, the 2-footed, as he didn't want to engage there into the Niwaza for some reason. Trabok. Oh, walked on to that Sinagi, could have cost him dearly there. Sumigesh attempt. Both opting in for lapel grip, left to right. Drops Sinagi. Manquist coming in nice and deep there, just didn't get that lift off the Sinagi attempt in the drop. Attempting the arm lock, but so trying to ruffle him up and put him under a little bit of pressure, but it's not working as Manquist comes in and scores a Wazari. For someone under a lot of pressure, but he's still not out of the woods yet, because luring over his head is those 2 Shidos, and he still needs to keep engaging. 1 more would result in the Hansokumaki, and all this hard work would be for nothing. Tomonagi against once more. Trabok just doesn't seem to have any answers to that. Comes over the top with that right hand catch in the shoulder. The Sutemi was her attempt, but
Just a quick note on that one with Amber Gerses
yes,
and
with the hold down.
Daria Billedid. It looked okay.
Yes.
After the second look at it was okay. So.
Well, you couldn't ask for anything more secure than that hold down. She wasn't going anywhere, and that's the fact.
Cherniak got hold of Figueroa.
Yes, finished very swiftly. 40 seconds. Well, that answered that question, didn't it?
Wallop.
And here we have Manquest here that put himself under a lot of pressure to start with. Within the opening minute, was down 2 shidos, and came back to score a Wazari, and now Trabok is in with a Wazari, so he's now back in play with just half a minute remaining in this contest. So it's been a bit of a roller coaster here. I know it's important to question certain things that happen, but when you look at something like Chesnik and when there's a hold down that is so secure and no one's going anywhere, why would you even need to?
Yeah, that one was tricky because the arm that you would normally look to wrap up, she hadn't gone on. She hadn't trapped that part. It was the other one, and that was trapped inside.
Yes.
Wrapped up. It was kind of hidden. Yeah, it was kind of hidden. An unusual execution is how one of my colleagues put it.
Sumigesha once more. With seconds remaining, it looks like this will go into the golden score. Well, Vincent Manquest has been riding this contest under a lot of pressure right from the early first minute. Oh, there's an attempt to Sutemi Wazo. Oh, and a lovely turnover. Trabok there gets in with the hold down, and Manquest just submits there. Well, it looked like he wasn't going to go anywhere anyway, but lovely little bit. Judo just rolled him right into that position.
I'm sure that Cherniak and Billedid will have travelled out together. They'll have warmed up together. There's only the two of them there. And now they've got to go head-to-head in this semi-final. Second of the semi-finals. There's the application here from Turbo. It's underneath.
Look at that. Turbo there's rolled him over like a baby. That was lovely. And he did it so easily. Now we have Ashley Mackenzie, Great Britain in the white. Monteter of Morocco in the blue. Ashley Mackenzie looking there for the opportunity, and Niwazu rotates him over. And it was someone that we had spoke about earlier on today in a review of what could possibly happen, and it looks like for Mackenzie, the sort of styles, the athletes that were presented to him in Pool D had suited his judo. So
Actually appears in an advert on ESPN for...
Oh, lovely tired Toshi there.
Catches him there.
Oh, caught him just nicely there, scoring a Wazari.
Yeah, he appears in this advert for some kind of mud challenge. You know, you have to run through mud and go up hills and climb over obstacles and everything. 6 Olympic athletes, and they're all giving this a go. And he appears in this ad, you know, promoting this program. You know, watch this. The problem is that they show it every 5 minutes.
Really?
Yeah, and it's
I've not actually seen it, to be honest.
No, it just goes on and on and on. Here's the throw.
Tired Toshi there. Very low off the one knee.
Yeah.
Nicely executed.
Yeah, there's that drop that Neil Adams was talking about that Ashley likes to use. Gets right down, and this is down on one knee.
The only other person well, there's 2 people I know. The Karen Briggs. She used to use that technique, and also Steve Gawthorpe.
Was
another one that used it very effectively.
Wasn't quite as attractive when Steve threw with it. It was effective.
But it was when has Steve's Gawthorpe's throws ever been looking attractive?
He was incredibly tall for his weight category.
Amazing athlete in his day, and a wonderful man as well.
Yeah.
A wonderful guy.
You're right funny.
Yeah. It's an amazing Niwaza as well.
Yeah, incredible.
Incredible Niwaza. Used to be on the receiving end now and again of a couple of Niwaza techniques that he'd want to show a group of juniors, and I used to cringe thinking, please.
Don't ask me.
It's like a child being in the front of the class and then moves to the back, hoping that he won't ask you to be a partner, because he'd be choking you and talking at the same time. It's quite scary thoughts, really.
Still the Wazari lead for Ashley Mackenzie. I always like when they tell us that lunch is available. For whom? Not us.
I know.
Wazari the lead with a little over a minute left to go. Mudatir with a bit of work to do. He looks in good condition, doesn't he?
He does, yeah. He
Cut up and
very fit.
Yeah. Perhaps you'd like to go first.
Well, he's controlling, Mackenzie's controlling this match very nicely. Looks very strong. He's grounded well, and definitely controlling the pace of this contest. Steps across once more. That is very effective, that tide. He's got it off very sweetly as well.
The difficulty for his opponents will be it's an extremely difficult technique to counter because it's so low.
Yes.
The first thing that you've got to do is to block it. So one, you don't get thrown. The second thing is that you don't get rolled over the leg. You know, you could end up going to ground and you're in an awkward position, and you don't want that. So you've got to do those 2 things. Don't trip over the leg. Obviously, don't get thrown. But the other thing then you've got to do is block it.
And it's not easy to block when it's so low. That's the problem.
And that's all before you think about trying to counter it. How are you going to counter that? You know, you haven't got the ability to lift with the hand. Look at the clock, and
well, that's a very
out.
nice match there for Mackenzie, and
well, perhaps I'll go along first, and I'll leave Loretta with you at home. Nip out for a couple of minutes and then come back. So here is Loretta Cusack-Doyle.
Thank you. Well, just tell me what lunch was like. Right, well, that was a very interesting but positive win there for Mackenzie. And as you can see, the highlights of that very contest. And I'd be very pleased with the way he's performing today. Now we have another young lady from Great Britain, Chelsea Giles, in the blue, and Pereira Jessica representing Brazil in white. Well, both athletes, first of all, now picking up Ashido's piece very early on in this contest. Not always a good sign. And hopefully one or at least both of them will react in a positive manner to that and not accumulate them at such early on in the contest. Attempt there of what looked to be a bit of a Makakomi against Giles. Giles Junior European Cup gold medalist back in PAX back in 2016, with several junior European Cup medals under a belt, and with an impressive 5th place result in the Junior World Championships back in 2015. Great potential for Great Britain. That's 52 kilos, quite a tall young lady for this weight division, but seems to make the weight quite comfortably. Pereira, Pan American champion last year and placed 3rd in the Zagreb Grand Prix, along with the Grand Slam in Abu Dhabi. So had a really good run of medals in the Grand Prix tournaments, which will have given her bags of confidence, and puts her in the lead at this moment with a Wazari and a minute and a half remaining. Giles now looking for something in the Niwaza, looking for an opportunity down there. Very confident young lady when it comes to ground, and seems to be very comfortable down there, looking for an opportunity as she tries to rake out that arm there. Giles, as you can see, throws that right hand over onto the shoulder, now following it through into the Niwaza transition. Nice and smooth. But Niwaza most probably is going to eat away at the clock for her, and as you can see, a Wazari on the board for her opponent isn't most probably the wisest decision to make right now. Cross grips over, takes the lapel, Needs to get those long legs across there, and she's got a real battle against her. She's up against quite a tough opponent to just fall to her face to avoid Giles coming through. But as she opens herself up, the Koichi Gari was there. She come round the back and left herself wide open. So Rosaria Setiapon and Pereira of Brazil goes through to the semi-final. But Giles, good performance against a very tough opponent. A lot of experience would have been gained from that, and we'll be seeing her a little bit later on in the repechage.
Winner in white for Brazil, Jessica Pereira.
Pereira goes through, and she'll be up against the winner of the next match coming up right now. And Korkmaz of Turkey in the white. And there you have the highlights of that very last throw. And Kosei of Japan in the blue. Korkmaz, white, Kosei and Kos there controlling quite nicely as Korkmaz tried to that throw in, but well anticipated from Kos, who now works away to try and dig that leg out and work to secure the hold down, but not quite sure. She hasn't got the upper body control and really needs to get that secured first before trying any attempt of getting that leg out. And the Kosota attack there, controlled it nicely as Kos tried to counteract that. She was in firm and upper body control, so the well, just under 2.5 minutes remaining in this contest, the quarterfinals, the under 52 kilos. 19 athletes participated here today in this weight category. Shido now going to Japan. Korkmaz, as she comes in with the hooking in for the Uchimata. Counter there with the Kosota. And now a nice turnover for Kos. Not sure if the leg's been caught up once more. But Mate called. Oh, lovely Kosota, beautifully executed, caught the Japanese so cold there. Countered there, so But there's the Osakomi, and can she secure it for the Ippon? She's desperately trying to get that leg to break the hold. And there she has it. Well, it wasn't a Wazari Aseti Ippon, it was just Ippon that she needed, and the good thing that, because of Japan, knew exactly where she was and what she needed to do. That could have gone all horribly wrong, because the instruction there was a Wazari Aseti Ippon, and rightly so. That the score did go on the board wrong at the beginning, where Kokuma's score of a Wazari went to Mei of Japan, and there we have it. A continuation of that.
The winner of match 1 in blue for Japan, Kose Mai. She will be in the semi-final for women under 52 kg. Next quarter-final of match 1 is for women under 57 kg.
So lovely finish there, and there's the highlights of that very throw. And now we have a quarter-final of the under 57s. Jakova of Kosovo, and in the white, and Lyon of Hong Kong in the blue. Jakova, as you can see, with that right high collar grip, looks very effective, very strong indeed if she can connect. Lyon of Hong Kong already picked up her first Shido in this contest. Still just under 3 minutes remaining. Jakova once more with that high collar grip, drawing her opponent's head down, making her look very passive indeed, and looking to create an opening under the pressure for that head to come up naturally, and as it comes up she'll skip through for the Uchimata or the Kosota. So trying to get the right time in the reaction from Po-som. Jakova looking in control all the time, but neither one has a score at this moment with 1 minute and 34 seconds remaining. Lyon, because of that high collar grip, has looked passive and really hasn't been able to deal with the problem of the Kumikata, so I think this is looking more and more like that, and third and final Shido will go. Well, one apiece, but it does mean the third and final one goes to Lyon, who picks up a hand Sokumaki, and a direct win goes to Jakova, and that takes her into the semi-final. And now we have Ropa from Panama. And Kaiser of Slovenia in the blue gi. Ropa white, Kaiser blue. Oh, lovely attack there with the Koichigari as she spread her opponent's shoulders wide. Nicely executed. The Slovenian finding it very difficult, the Kosotogari, following it through into the Niwaza. Really onto the attack there all the time, and Kaiser, Slovenia now looking for an opportunity in the ground. So just under 3 minutes, 2:44 remaining in this quarter-final. A place in the semi-final for one of these ladies. The Kosa once more, a beautifully executed attack there, falling it right into the Osakomi, which looks very secure, but not for the want of trying. But a Wazari Asetiepon, and Ropa goes through to the semi-final of the under-57s.
There's no keeping her out, is there?
No.
35, you know.
35 years old. And she fights like a youngster, a 20-year-old.
In the top 10, which she looks like a youngster.
Yes, she's very young in her appearance as well, but definitely she's always been a very fit, determined young fighter, isn't she? Young at heart, as we always say.
Right, we are going to have a couple of choices now because we've got quarterfinals up and down to look at. So it's a question of who we want to have a look at. Some of the names. Amber Hirschus is a few fights down, but she's already lost once. She'll be up against Julia Figueroa. We'll wait until we look at that semi-final between Dario Biladid and Marina Cherniak. That's coming up soon. That's the first semi-final that appears on our board. So that's in 3 fights' time. At the moment, however, we've got Issa Isaev of Russia. He's up against Shakram Akhadov of Uzbekistan. Isaev in the white judogi, Akhadov in blue, and they've started serving lunch, which is behind that huge red flag over there. Go for it. So I'll let Loretta take leave of us for the time being. See if she can find one of those blow heaters, come back and keep us warm. So no scorers yet, 250 odd left to go. Isaev and Akhadov wrapped up there. The little Yoko Tomonagi from Isaev, not quite enough to come up with a score, or is it? They decided to give Isaev a score there. That's Ramzi Shamirov in the middle there. So that's the lead with 240 odd left to go. Just slightly bent over now, Isaev, as he just takes a little time to catch his breath. And in doing that, what he's really looking to do is to slow Akadov down. He's scored now, Isaev. He just wants to catch his breath. And he took that grip with the right hand and just pushed that hand down. Yeah. Akadov coming back strongly on the left side there. Not sure if there was enough there to claim a score. Should make for an interesting last 2 minutes here. Little stab at Diashibarai from Akadov. Just had Isaev unsettle for a moment. Just both leg tapping here. And again, Isaev being penalized for that negative gripping. Got to be very careful here now, having picked up 2 penalties.
The number 2 winner in white for Japan, Tanaka Mei. Tanaka Mei will be in the semi-final for the women under 48 kilo. Next quarter-final, women under 48 kilo, Tatana 2. In white judo representing France,
There's still a little over a minute left to go here, so, you know, Isaev is not out of it yet. He's leading by Wazari and has been for quite some time, but he's picked up 2 penalties. He really needs to finish Akadov off to be completely safe. He's in real danger of picking up a 3rd penalty here. Both fighters attempting low seonage efforts there. A little Koichi from Akadov, and Isaev then goes back to the Yoko Tomoenagi. This time the Uzbek manages to block it. Uchimata right-sided. And then a Yoko Tsutemiwaza effort from Isaev. I think he'll get away with that. Who's the coach in the chair? Is that Semenov? He won't be happy if he loses out that way. No, Grigory Suleiman, yeah, sorry. Oh dear, doesn't look good. Most unfortunate way to end it for Isaev on the back of a 3rd penalty. And it's Akadov who goes in to the 2nd of the semi-finals. Okay, who have we got coming up now? Matthias van Harten in the white judogi takes to the tatami, a quarterfinal in the under 66 kilo category. And his opponent is Mohamed Abdel Magoud of Egypt. It's Van Harten in the white judogi, Abdel Magoud in blue. No, getting on to his front. I really think that was on the front there. Yeah, Rosari's on the board. And having only looked at it once, the commissioner happy with that. Well, if they only need to look at it once, then it's a good decision. Referee gave that score. And that's the lead for Abdel Magoud. There it is, a little Sumigaishi there. Okay. He's down and turning. But there's a point at which when the landing takes place there and then turns onto his front. So that would have been a Yuko, and that's enough to give him a score. So that's the lead. Frank Dutch, the referee, just letting the Egyptian coach know that he needs to coach only during the mate. Basel Al-Garabawi is the Egyptian coach.
The number 2 winner in blue for Romania, Alexandra Hall. She will be in the semi-final for women under 48 kg. The number 2 quarterfinal, men under 60 kg. In white for Kazakhstan, Usman Kyrgyzbayev. In blue for Belgium, Jure Verstraeten.
Well, there was just enough there from Mohamed Abdel Magoud to hang on after scoring that Wazari and take his place in the second of the semi-finals.
The winner on tatami 1 in blue for Egypt, Mohamed Abdel Magoud.
Right, let's see if we can go down to mat number 2 now, because there is this is a repechage contest with Amber Gershas and Julia Figueroa, but we've got some quarterfinals taking place on mat number 2, so we'll go down there and have a look at that. Guzman Kyrgyzbayev of Kazakhstan faces Jori Verstraeten of the Netherlands, and just as we of Belgium, beg your pardon, sorry about that, of Belgium, and just as we join that, we see Jori being caught there by Kyrgyzbayev for Wazari, the Belgian, going over.
The winner of tatami 2 in white for Kazakhstan, Guzman Kyrgyzbayev. Guzman Kyrgyzbayev will be in the semi-final.
Nice Jimmy Waza here. Just put some pressure on, and he's trying to come over there, but it's on too tight.
In one judo game representing France, the former European champion, and in the judo game representing
Right, coming up next then on mat number 2, Walid Kaya of France. He faces Miyanohara Seiya of Japan. Kaya in the white judogi, Miyanohara in blue. Yanahara has got to be careful here. He's not accustomed to Kaya's combative style and finding it just that little bit uncomfortable, I think.
Semi-final for women under 48 kilo, tatami 1. In white for Ukraine, declaring European champion Daria Jugovic. And in blue, also from
Right, sorry about that, but we're going to go down to watch the first semi-final on mat number 1. Yeah, on mat number 1, it is the two Ukrainians going head-to-head. Daria Biladid in white and Marina Cherniak in blue. If you want to continue watching Walid Kaya and Miyanahara Seiya, then just go down and click on mat number 2 so that you don't miss out on anything. We really need to watch the semi-final. Sorry about that. Not sure what happened to our cameraman there. He just took a bit of a sleep, I'm afraid. Is that a semi-final coming up shortly? No, it's a quarter-final on mat 2, so we'll stick here to watch this first semi-final. Biladid and Cherniak. It's not the first time that this pair have had to go head-to-head. Well, obviously, at home, they would have faced each other, I'm sure. But on the world tour, I'm sure they've already had a head-to-head. Well, a second application of Sangaku Gatami from Biladid, where the other shoulder is taken. We saw that earlier on when she defeated Amber Hirsches. So we've had a good long look at that now. So Daria Biladid makes her way into the final. She comes out a second time a winner over a teammate, having defeated her at the Grand Prix in Hohhot in China last year. So it's 2 in a row now. We've got a repechage contest on mat 1. So let's go up to mat 2, because up on mat number 2, Distra Krasniki of Kosovo faces Ana Perez Box of Spain in their quarter-final. And we just missed out on seeing the finish there, but I think we'll catch the replay. I'm sure we'll be able to catch the replay of that one.
Winner on mat 2. In white for Kosovo, Distra Krasniki. She will be in the semi-final for women under 52 kilo.
Okay, maybe we won't.
Quarter-final for women under 52 kilo.
Yes, we will. Uchimata. Right-sided Uchimata, slightly unusual grip. Yeah, that's an unusual grip there, isn't it? Just not around the body, right on the side, just above the hip, just above that right hip. Right, the second of the quarter-finals in the under 52 kilo category, Anja Stanger of Slovenia up against Astrid Neto of France. Stanger in the white judogi, Neto in blue.
The winner of Tatami 1 in blue for Morocco, Yassine Moutatir. He qualifies for the bronze medal contest for the men under 60 kilo. Tatami 1, semi-final men under 60 kilo. In white for Slovenia, Matthias de Vos. In blue for Great Britain, Ashley Kenzie.
Oh, we better not go down there then. Okay, he's decided he's going to have lunch, yeah? Right, we'll stick here with Stanger and Neto then. Makikomi effort, but that's not going anywhere. That was blocked by Neto. Right, shall we go down to mat number 1? Freddie, can you take us down there, or do we have to wait for the chief to come back? Oh, okay. We better leave it then. We'll stick here and watch Stanger and Neto. We'll just watch this for a couple of seconds more, and then as soon as we can go down to... Not one we will, because there's a semi-final with Matthias Turboats and Ashley Mackenzie. It's Turboats in the white judo. He just picked up a penalty for a force attack there. And Mackenzie in blue. There's no score as yet. There's a little under 2 minutes left to go, and it's Turboats with the single Shiro against him. Yeah, better to try and get out of that one. Just got to be careful not to get tied up here. It was almost an opportunity for Mackenzie to bring off the Yosai Waza then, but didn't materialise. Turboats picks up a second penalty. Yeah, they haven't quite put that up on the board yet. Oh no, it was on the other side. Yes, it was. Yeah. It's up there now. Problems for Turboats into the golden score period. And 2 penalties on the board. Turboats working away on the ground now, and Mackenzie having to defend. He'd like to get rid of that arm, but he had the left leg trapped, and Turboats couldn't effect the turnover. Just want to make sure that the attacks are strong enough when he goes down like that, just so that there's no chance of him picking up the penalty. Keep the pressure up. Well, that was going to be a false attack, I'm afraid. That one. It'll give Turboats a chance to execute the shimiwaza. That's happened. He's had that opportunity, and once they call mate, they should now hand out the penalty for the false attack, which they do. Minute 20 odd left to go. Ojigari, good strong effort there, and now you can tidy up in defence.
And in blue judo, representing Tunisia, Judo
Turboats is a pretty fit fighter. Keep going. Turboats looks a little bit frustrated here. There doesn't appear to be a real plan about how to break down Mackenzie's defence. Mackenzie just throwing that left leg in. It's not a really big attack. It's just enough to make sure that it's not a false attack. Jamie Johnson imploring Mackenzie to move. Agostini Balash not impressed with the belt tying skills of Mackenzie. Just flirting with danger with those attacks. And he's picked up the second penalty. Yeah, they didn't look as though there was a great deal left in the tank, unfortunately, and the attacks at the end from Mackenzie became more increasingly laboured and looked as though he was having difficulty generating some real power. As a result of that, he picked up a third penalty. And unfortunately for the British fighter, that was that. Right, we've got a quarter-final taking place on mat number 2. We're going to go down there to have a look at that. It's the number 1 seed in the under 57 kilo category, Kwon Yoo-jong of the Republic of Korea. She faces Gofran Khalifi of Tunisia. We join the contest with a little over a minute left to go. Kwon leads by a single Wazari. Khalifi has picked up a single Shido. It's Kwon in the white judogi, Khalifi in blue. Nice turn there from Kwon to bring up the score. Where are we going next? There's a semi-final coming up on mat number 1. We can go down there to have a look at that one. That is Jessica Pereira of Brazil. She faces Kosei Mai of Japan. It's Pereira in the white judogi, Kosei in blue. And the contest has just got underway. No score as yet. Yeah, they're coming thick and fast now. And for those of you that want to watch a specific fighter, it depends on the round. If it's a quarterfinal stage and there's a repechage contest, then we'll watch the repechage. If there's a quarterfinal and there's a semi-final, then we'll watch the semi-final. So just, be aware of that. We won't always stick with the fighter that you may want, but you can choose whichever mat you want. There are 2 mats to watch, entirely up to you, whichever you watch. It's just a question of whether we're going to be watching it with you and whether you'll get commentary. I hope that clears up any question that you may have about our mat selection. We don't select it because it's the host nation or because it's Japan or because it's Great Britain. It doesn't matter. Whomsoever it is that we see has got the higher stage in the competition, we'll watch that contest. They weren't hanging around there, were they? A third penalty. All over without much of a shout. Jessica Pereira overcoming Kosei Mahi. All right. Right, who we got at the moment? And Sarah Leone Sisk of France faces Ione Ecoswain of Spain. That's where we should go, yeah. Let's go down to mat number 2. Thanks, Freddie, for keeping us up to date. This is a repechage contest down on mat number 1, but we're up on mat number 2. It's Sisk in the white judogi, Ecoswain in blue. Single penalty picked up by Ecoswain. Still just the single Shido against Ecoswain. This one looks as though it's going to go into golden score. And we're underway immediately with the golden score period. Single Shido against the Spanish fighter. Makikomi effort on the right side from Ecoswain, but it's not the strongest. And then Sisk attempts on his Luranagi, but it's also ineffective. Both fighters penalised for avoiding to take a grip, and Ecoswain comes off the worst for wear, having already collected one penalty. She picks up a second now. couldn't quite bring her down onto her side there. We've had almost a minute of golden score. No closer to coming up with a scoring technique. Ekisoyen has tried that makikomi on a few occasions, but never really looks as though it's going to catch the French fighter. Sarah Sisk. Ojigari, a little go at it there from Ekisoyen, but again, Sisk up to defending it. She's up to defending that little effort at, well, we'll give her the benefit of the doubt that it was a low right-sided Tayatoshi, but it never really developed. Minute and a half of golden score.
The winner of minute 1, in blue for Slovenia, Kaja Gajzer. The next contest of the W1 semi-final, women under 57 kg. In white for Kosovo, Nora Jakova. In blue for Panama, Miriam Robert.
Right, well, if you want to continue watching Sisk and Ekisoyen, you can stay on mat 2, but we're going to go down to mat number 1, because coming up on mat number 1, or just getting underway on mat number 1, Nora Jakova of Kosovo faces Miriam Roper of Panama. Jakova in the white judogi, Roper in blue. It's the number 2 versus the number 3 seed. Jakova came in here as the number 2 seed today, Roper the number 3. Here they are in the second of the semi-finals. No scorers yet as both fighters settle in. Oh, there is now. That was huge. Absolutely got hold of her there. Yeah, well, that can happen sometimes. Nora Jakova planting Miriam Roper. Huge Haragoshi there from...
There's no argument with that one, is there?
Jakova, yeah.
She's been very impressive, though, hasn't she, today?
Well, she's got all the physical attributes. She doesn't take a really big step with the support leg, but it doesn't matter because the finish here is so powerful that it actually ends up looking like a perfect technique. But that first step really isn't as big and as committed as it could be. I don't know where she would have ended her. Just look at the left leg here.
Yeah.
You know,
But you see where the power is coming
exactly.
from.
All
It's
the
that
top
left
half and
hand
that, yeah,
taking
pulls
her
them
right
across.
sleeve. Look at, she's still holding on
Yeah.
like
Tell you
the
what,
vice.
if she'd made a bigger step, they'd have ended up in that Taishan advertising hoarding on the other
Possibly.
side.
Yeah, I wouldn't be
It's
surprised.
huge, wasn't it?
Yeah, but
That was an absolutely
no, definitely.
huge effort. Right, well, we're going to jump back to mat number 2 again and have a look at Fujisaka Taro of Japan. He's up against Aram Grigorian of Russia. It is a quarterfinal in the under 66 kilo category. Fujisaka in the white judogi, Grigorian in blue. We've already had a minute and a touch. There's no score as yet.
Well, Fujisaka has had a really good day, hasn't he? His performances, but he could be up against a tough one now. Experienced Grigorian. But he's got a lovely grip there, controlling quite nicely. Well, Fujisaka there, controlling his opponent on the edge of the mat, placing him under a little bit of pressure. Grigorian feeling that he had to put that attack in. Not really setting up, just attacking under the pressure of Fujisaka, who once again gets a nice controlling grip. He ducks underneath Grigorian. Oh, nice attack there from the Russian. Drops Yanagi once more. So we're coming into the last minute of this quarter-final match. At the moment, Fujisaka has done quite a lot of controlling of this contest, but Grigorian now starting to come back in the latter stage of the contest, looking as stronger. Oh, they're persevering with that attack. But Fujisaka coming through, following down into the knee waza, phased by the powerful Russian coming through there.
It's the Japanese who's picked up the single penalty at the moment with 20 odd seconds left to go, but
Yes.
that can't end the contest. So golden score looks as if it may be on the way.
Well, 15 seconds remaining and we'll be into golden score. Fujisaka now working his opponent on that edge. Oh, a nice. Oh,
Yes.
yes. That
Right
on the bell. Well.
Right on the bell.
Oh, no, Sakomi. Hey, turn around. Continuation, but my goodness me. Well, it's been a long time since I've seen something like this, huh? Gregorian had it in the bag and then just sharp reactions from Fujisaka, turned it all around on its head and to win the match on the buzzer. Oh, goodness me. Amazing.
And I'm not sure who he's looking at to try and help him out, but there is no one that can. What is it?
No,
you want, pal?
you can't do anything. The thing is, it was a continuous movement. There was no pause from the escape, from the hold, from the throw into the hold down. There was a continuous movement. There was no pause whatsoever. Straight into Osakomi.
Yeah.
So that counts.
Yeah.
If there was at any stage a break, it would have been the score and then finish.
Yeah.
But as we can see, the sequences here, that movement continues all the way. He overthrew and threw himself into the hold. Oh, goodness, that was superb judo, but very good refereeing as well.
Well, we shall see what the decision is.
Well, I'll be surprised if they change that around.
It's no good for Fujisaka to be calling Osaikomi. We've already seen the Osaikomi, and that's already been awarded. They've cancelled the Ippon. They give the Wazari. Wazari for what?
No, hold on a minute. How can it be a Wazari?
How can it be Wazari? He held him for the full amount of time.
If he gets something... Oh, I don't understand. I really don't understand that.
I'll have to ask in order that I can come back and tell the audience at home, because it appeared as though he held him for the full 20 seconds.
Yes. Well, yeah, we need to get some clarity on that.
He's held him again.
So there's the Osakomi.
Shall I do it once more then?
Well, there's the Wazari.
I wouldn't let go. I wouldn't let go now.
Exactly. Well, it'll be interesting to get some clarification on that, because it was a little bit bewildering.
I shall go and ask. In the meantime, we've got a semi-final taking place down on mat number 1. Let's go down to mat number 1 to have a look at Akadov and Abdelmagoud. He's done really well today. Mohamed Abdelmagoud of Egypt. It's Shakram Akadov of Uzbekistan in the white judogi, Mohamed Abdelmagoud of Egypt in blue. Here's Loretta Cusack-Doyle.
Thank you, Sheldon. So, as we've heard that introduction, there we have Uzbekistan in the white and Egypt in blue. And this is a semi-final, a place in the final of the men's 66 kilo category. And like Sheldon said, Abdelmagoud has had an absolute blinder of an event today. Finds himself in the semi-final, representing Egypt. Well, the crowd is definitely warming up to these athletes. Abdelmagoud, African Championships back in 2014, took a gold medal. In 2016, the African Championships, a silver, and back in 2013, a silver. So dominated as a top athlete within the African Continent Championships. But performance-wise, has excelled himself here today in this competition. Akadov of Uzbekistan has picked up the first Shido with 1 minute remaining in this semi-final. But as we know with the rules that no athlete can win on a Shido unless it's accumulated of 3, where they would receive the hand sokomaki of disqualification due to accumulations of Shidos. And we've seen a couple of them. Abdelmagoud looking for the Koi Chigari, trying to switch it through into the gak, but didn't get the drive off the supporting leg to direct him in the right position. But Akadov just fell onto that drop Sianagi there. Unfortunately for the Egyptian, he just couldn't get that finish that he needed to secure the well, I think there was a little bit of confusion there with the Egyptian. It looked as if he thought he'd won it when the buzzer had gone, but realised it wasn't going to win on the Shido.
He'd forgotten.
He'd forgotten the new rules. What a shame. So he's battling away in the golden score, and I hope he realises that he's got a...
Oh dear, yeah.
Well, Akadov has...
Akadov has stolen the show.
Stole his thunder, as they would say,
Yeah.
right into the final of the under 66. And the disappointment is written all over Abdelmagoud. It tells the whole story for us and how he's feeling right now.
What did do you remember seeing Petrikov up on mat 2? It would have been Fujisaka overcame Gregorian, and it was Yerlan Sherik Janov who defeated Pavel Petrikov. Serik Janov. Yerlan Serik Janov won out in Pool B. I think that's the final then. We've got the final.
Right, yes.
I believe we have. Let's have a look a little bit further down. No, not quite, because Fujisaka has now got to fight Yerlan Serik Janov. Akadov is already in. He's just beaten Abdelmagoud. So we got that much. Right, what are we looking at the moment? We've got 2 repechage contests taking place. This one on mat number 1, Jure Verstraeten of Belgium is up against Miyanohara Seiya of Japan. And down on mat number 2, there's another repechage contest taking place. That is Diora Keldiyorova of Uzbekistan. She's up against Malauri Mercadier of France. We'll stick here. We've got 2 semi-finals coming up. Guzman Kyrgyzbayev of Kazakhstan and Walid Kaya. I fancy that's going to be the best one, Loretta, because Tanaka
definitely.
Mii of Japan and Alexandra Pop. I really think Kyrgyzbayev and Kaya is probably the better one. Krasniki and Stanger, it'd be good to see that if we can. Kwon Yu-jong and Sarah Leone Sisk. We've got still a bit of judo to come. Okay. 10 to 3. We are not going to be making the opening ceremony, that's for sure.
Yeah, still got a long way to go.
Which should have been at 3 o'clock. It ain't happening. It's going to be a slightly curtailed opening ceremony, I think, given that we've got to get the fights underway at 4 o'clock.
Oh, yeah, because of the TV rights.
We can't hold that off.
No.
We'll make that. What we won't be able to do, however, is to make the full opening ceremony. You can imagine if we'd had a 3rd mat. Would have been having a break by now.
Well, here we have
Miyanohara has got Verstraeten tidied up. Did he already? And he already had Wazari on the board, so Wazari Rossetti upon as soon as it got to 11 seconds. Well, as soon as it gets to 10.
He's had a blinder of a day, hasn't he? He started off very, very slow indeed, but his second match picked up a little bit better, and he just each round he gets to, the confidence is oozing out of him. Right, well, there's a match coming on very soon.
Well, we'll go back down for whichever of the matches you want to take a look at. At the moment, we've got the semi-final between Tanaka Mei of Japan. She faces Alexandra Pop of Romania. It's Tanaka in the white judogi, Pop in blue. Oh yeah, we said about the Kyrgyzbayev
and Kaya.
Yeah, that's where we want to go.
That's a very strong.
Yeah, sorry about that, Freddie. Wrong one, mate. We're going to go back down to mat number 1. Sorry about that. And we'd actually said that, and then I got thrown. Right. So we're watching the contest between Guzman Kyrgyzbayev of Kazakhstan in the white judogi. He's up against Walid Kaya of France in blue. And if you want to see the Tanaka Pop contest, just click on mat number 2. Right, Loretta.
Right. Well, this is one that I've been really looking forward to. This is going to be quite a feisty match, indeed, between these two. And what's been so good is Kaya, where we know it can be very volatile at times, has really kept his composure throughout. And he's had a couple of challenging matches throughout the day that we thought that at once he was going to just lose it because he was getting out-gripped. It was against the match against the Moroccan Jaffe, who came out. He was out at 100 miles an hour, and he just out-gripped him. He totally outfought him for about 2.5 minutes. And I was just waiting for the signs of him just losing the plot completely, and that would be his exit. But he's really proved us all wrong, and he's proved me wrong, that he's got this maturity here today, that he can compose himself and stay focused on the bigger picture here. And here we have him in the semi-finals. And can he continue with the success he's had already today? Well, he's started off very well indeed. He's trying to get that right hand high over the collar. Kyrgyzbayev knows that that's one of the tactical things he's got to work with, and that's working off that sleeve. Playing a bit of a chasing game. Both of them picked up a Shido apiece.
Waiting in the final for the winner of this one is Matthias Turbots of Slovenia. He's had a great day today.
Oh, he has. It was really been good. He's been challenged a couple of times, but persevered once more, has just dug in deep. Well, Kyrgyzbayev, as you can see, wrapping himself around the torso of his opponent, trying to get in very close. Kaya there's Temiwaza. Left himself a little bit open there in the Niwaza. That could have come unstuck with that one. Well, there's a real battle with grips here, and Kyrgyzbayev has got 2 Shidos now, and I think Kyrgyzbayev is getting a little bit nervous because he's been asked to tie his kit, and like we said earlier on, which hasn't always happened, that when they've asked them to tidy themselves up, it normally means they're going to hand out another penalty, and the final penalty of Vahan Sokumaki. But that hasn't been the case today. We've seen about 2 or 3 matches that, well, there it is. But this time he knew it. He gripped the fingers. He got a penalty for it, and that was the 3rd and final Shido, which means that Kaya goes into the final. Well, I wouldn't be surprised if this young man ends up winning this tournament. He's got a good attitude out here today. He's fighting extremely well and very focused. And now we have the under 52 kilo repechage, and in the white is Perez Box representing Spain, and Neto Astrid representing France in blue.
But we've got that semi-final that we missed out on, Tanaka and Pop.
Still.
Let's go down and have a look at that.
Yeah.
Freddie's on top of it. He can.
Fred will keep us right.
He knows how to manage that. Yeah. Right, we got 46 seconds left of the Tanaka Pop contest. There is no score as yet. Neither fighter has picked up a penalty. They've picked up a couple of bumps and scrapes. You can see that. And now Pop does pick up a penalty, and so does Tanaka. There you go. Ooh, good turn.
And the timing couldn't have been more perfect with
Look at the
14
smile on her
seconds.
face.
And she knew that as well. Yeah. As she claps her hands. Still 8 seconds to go, dear, though, and we've seen
Yeah, it's possible.
there's a possibility.
Well, on first look, yeah,
Oh,
I
it's
was going to
zip-on.
say on first look, I didn't see anything wrong with it. In fact, on second look, it was zip-on.
Well, here we have it. Oh, yes.
Yeah, she
zip-on.
just gets the elbow down a little bit, but the finish
Yes,
is
it was a continuation
yeah.
and landed flat in her back. So definitely a good call there. And pop goes in. Well, coming up very soon. Do we think we've got a Tunisian? I think so. By the reactions of this crowd.
Right, on the mat now, mat number 2, the repechage contest that you're looking at in the under 57 kilo category. Gofran Khalifi of Tunisia, she's up against Yaone Ekisoen. Khalifi in the white judogi, Ekisoen in blue. That was a poor effort there by the Spaniard. She's much better than that. Doesn't need to employ those sort of tactics. You want to throw, you know, let's have a big effort. Just flopped there.
Well, definitely the crowd is behind Khalifi. A cross grip there, and she throws that left hand behind. Iquisian coming back with a vengeance there. Very, very strong attack. And Khalifi picks up the first Shido. Well, there's a real battle now. Shido apiece for both these athletes. 2.5 minutes remaining in the contest. The repechage of the under 57 kilos. Equisavan there, rotates to the Makakomi, scoring Awazari. Well, scoring Ippon, it says there, but it did look a Wazari from that angle. And they've downgraded it to the Wazari. So play continues. Khalifi still in with a chance at going through. Another hope for a medal. And she takes her by the core, tries to take her back with the counter, but just doesn't manage to get that lift and rotation.
Far too early to coast here. Ekisoen.
Koso, oh, Ochigari, she did the Kosota, but the Ochigari there was just waiting to happen. With a minute and a half, just under the minute and a half, a Wazari on the board there. Ekisoyan leading quite comfortably now, just picking off Khalifi. as she has desperate attacks in there to try and come back. Now works her way into the Niwaza, some valuable time off the clock as she works away and looks positive down there.
Turnover coming.
The turnover
the
control.
No. Referee decided it wasn't
Well,
going
it
to
looks
develop.
from this
and,
angle that it was moving, wasn't it?
Well, the only thing I can say in the referee's defence is that she was in the
She
other
was
side where
opposite
she
side,
could
she
see
didn't
it.
see
But it
the
looked as
head.
though it was going to be a turnover for me.
Definitely, yeah.
You know.
Well,
and
she
then,
had the shoulder, she had the arm,
and
and
she
she
just
was
had that
starting
little
to
bit of
flip.
leverage, didn't she?
Yes, there was the leverage on
However,
the head.
in the referee's defence, we couldn't see whether she had, most of the arm, some of the arm, or just a little bit. So, and what she has done is given Khalifi the opportunity to attack her standing up. So, the crowd are happy with that. One arm,
Well,
just
the
holding
atmosphere
off.
is starting to really heat up here.
Oh, good turn,
lovely.
yeah.
Just upper body
Yeah.
control there. Very powerful indeed. And she's delighted, obviously. Shows her delight with punch in the air.
Yaone Ekisoena gets a
There we
chance
have it.
for a medal. Yeah,
Just
that was
catches
good. Yeah.
that leg, but it's the upper body control that has the finishing touch.
We were going to go down to mat number 1 to look at Krasnicki, but it's too late. She's already won.
Well,
So we've missed out there. So Krasnicki over Stanger. Right, what have we got? Let's go up to mat number 2. Yep, there we are. We're there. We want to have a look at Kwon Yu-jeong of the Republic of Korea. She faces Sarah Leonie Sisk of France. It's Kwon in the white judogi, Sisk in blue. But one more semi-final after this as well. It's all happening very quickly. Walid Kaya overcame Guzman Kyrgyzbayev. I haven't written that down yet. Kaya and Turbots in that final of the under 60 kilo category. One more semi-final to come there.
Sazik there, she's looking for an opportunity. I'm not quite sure if the shimiwaza is on the chin. It didn't look like it was effective enough.
We're only going to be, a few minutes later than we expected with the opening ceremony, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't think it'll make too much of a difference.
Yeah, we'll just move our juices out of the way. We're very generous with us, haven't they? We'll get a short break before we come back for the finals at 4 o'clock local time. It's 7 minutes past 3 here, so a short break, maybe half an hour, 35 minutes. Could be more depending on how quickly we run through Run through the remaining contests.
Well, this semi-final is a bit of a battle here going on between Korea and France, and no score as yet. 1 minute and 11 seconds remaining. Kwon, number 1 seed in this weight category. 21 athletes participated here today. Sizik there, lovely as she was at the Koso, to stumbling her opponent down to the ground. Just didn't get that little finish at the end to get the score, but definitely a nice attack. And she starts to pile the pressure on Kwon with half a minute remaining. Sinagi attempt there from Kwon. Well, now we're going to the golden score. No penalties, but no score here. This has turned out to be a very close and exciting match. Either one trying to get their grip. Kwon throws that arm over with the leg following it. As she comes through with the Sianagi, tries to drive. Can she get enough leverage on it? But
now.
No. Kwon looks a little bit, she just caught herself in the face there. I'm not sure what's happening quite now, but obviously needs a little bit of time to compose herself.
Or catch her breath.
Possibly.
Sorry, that was unfair.
Sizik there now really piling. She's got that left on the collar. She's drawn her opponent's head, and she's in a good position now with the grips. Can she follow it through? And this has been the problem. She's very slow to react off her grip. And I could read that like a book. And as she came in, left herself very vulnerable on her supporting leg, and Kwon just capitalized on that. Took away that support. Just didn't get the finish. But a very silly move from Sizik. Once more, that arm over the top. Oh, yes! Again, just didn't get the finish. She still looks like she's got plenty of energy in the tank there going. Kwon's starting to look a little bit flustered there. We'll see Otoshi steps through. Yes, she's got it eventually. She'd shown it a few times, just didn't get that final finish to it. But there you have it. So Kwon goes through into the final of the under 57 kilos.
Well, we've got one contest taking place. That's down on mat number 1. Let's go down and have a look at the remaining time left in the semi-final between Fujisaka Taro of Japan, who faces Yerlan Zerikranov of Kazakhstan. It's Fujisaka in the white judogi, Zerikranov in blue. There's no score as yet. Fujisaka has picked up the single Shido, and we've got 2 minutes left to go.
Well, this is a young man that's impressed me all day, is Fujisaka. A steady progress. Oh, there. And there you have it. And swiftly takes himself into the final. There you have, he takes that sleeve, hips in deep, head down and over he goes. Wonderful display of judo, and what a finale for him to get into that final.
Right, now I'm going to give you a rundown of the medal matches, and if Loretta has got any thoughts about where the medals will go, she can give us a shout out. We'll look at the bronze medal matches in the under 48 kilo category. Kelia Darova and Cherniak, Figueroa, Tanaka, and the final is Alexandra Pop of Romania and Dario Bilodid of Ukraine. Do you want to stick your neck out and say where the medals are going to go, or just say I'm looking forward to it?
No, I think Bilodid is the one for me who's going to win this. I really do believe that. And Sheranek, I think again is a very strong contender for that bronze medal, and Figueroa as well for the other bronze. That's what I'm going for.
Right, 52 kilo category. Astrid Neto and Kosei Mai of Japan, the French and the Japanese going head to head there. Irim Korkmaz of Turkey will face Anja Stanger of Slovenia, and then in the final it's Distria Krasnicki of Kosovo to face Jessica Pereira of Brazil.
Well, for winning it, Krasnicki for me. But you know what, these bronze medal matches,
they're a bit tricky.
They're
Let's
going
just pick
to
the winners then.
Korkmaz, I think, would be maybe one bronze medal, and
Neto and Kosei, difficult one.
That's going to be... Kosei, though, has been very impressive. I was really impressed with her. But Neto, again, she's young, she's looked good today, but I'll go with Kosei.
Right, 57 kilos, under 57 kilo category. Yahuni Ekisoain of Spain will face Miriam Roper of Panama. It'll be Kaya Kaiser of Slovenia to face young Miss Sisk, Sarah Leonie Sisk from France. And then in the final, it's the number 1 seed, Kwon Yu Jong of the Republic of Korea, to face Nora Zhakova of Kosovo.
Again, this is one that I find that I think Kwon has had a really difficult semi-final. I think that's been really challenging for her. Zhakova, I think, could take her in the final.
Right.
So for me, and the bronze medal, I think that's just open for everybody there.
Right, the bronze medal matches in the under 60 kilo category. Miyonahara Sei of Japan faces Ashley McKenzie of Great Britain. Yassine Mudatir of Morocco faces Guzman Kyrgyzbayev of Kazakhstan, and in the final it'll be Walid Kaya of France to face Matthias Turbots of Slovenia.
Well, for me, I'm going to go with France. Kaya to win it. I think he's very impressive today. Mutataya of Morocco in 1 bronze medal, and I've got to go for Ashley Mackenzie of Great Britain.
Okay.
Got to go with
And then we come to the under 66 kilo category. It's Gregorian and Abdul Mawood, Isaev and Serik Zhanov in the bronze medal contest, and in the final Fujisaka and Akadov.
Fujisaka for winning it, definitely for me. And with the bronze medals, again, I'm going to leave that. I'm going to sit on the fence with that one. Really, I think they've all been brilliant. And so I'm just going to say, well, whoever gets there, they deserve it.
Right, we have 5 weight categories, and of those 5 weight categories, 2 of the number 1 seeds managed to make it. It's lights out time. It is opening ceremony time. Join us again in about 40 minutes at 4 o'clock when we bring you all the action from the final block, all the medal matches, but from Loretta Kusak-Dole and myself, and a dark venues. Bye-bye for the moment.
Bye-bye.